Yeah. Could I please call Congress to order? Delegates, welcome back to Congress. I know that yesterday was a new experience for all of us, but there's a busy agenda today, so can I please ask speakers on this morning's motions to make themselves ready? But thank you for yesterday. Everyone kept so well to time, and if the speakers could continue that today, we'll be doing really well. Congress, before we start, I wanted to say a few words about sound quality issues. I know that we're all doing our best with the equipment and connections available. At the same time, where calls have had high levels of feedback, this has caused discomfort for some delegates, and I apologise to those people. For the remaining 2 days, we will therefore intervene earlier where there is a very poor quality connection. But we will call you back immediately so that we can then try again. But if on the second time that happens, I think we just have to move on. I would be grateful if delegates could also take the following steps. Setting your own volume low when called to speak, and we can adjust it apparently at this end if it's too quiet. Wear headphones if possible, and use laptop or desktop devices in preference to tablets and phones. Again, only if possible. Switch off other devices in the same room or neighbouring rooms and only have the democracy platform open in one tab. And also just a reminder to regional delegation leads who are doing a brilliant job in keeping us updated. Make sure to indicate your delegation's decision on whether to accept the CEC's stance on their motion by sending a message in the chat box. Click chat with top table on screen and type in a message, then press send. And thank you again, because it's really difficult. You're doing a delegation lead without knowing your without seeing your delegation. So everybody's doing a fantastic job. Thank you. Our first business is a new report from the Standing Orders Committee. Can we please bring Helen Johnson onto the screen? No? No, 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 we're not bringing Helen Johnson onto the screen. No, we've not got a Standing Orders Committee report. Okay, that's even better. We haven't got a Standing Orders Committee report this morning. Thank you. So the next item is then item 3, local gift. I will ask Goylan Brinkworth to speak from Wales and South West region, who this year have chosen to give the local gift to the Headland School in South Wales and the Julian Trust, which provides a night shelter in Bristol. Can I also ask that speakers on motions 104 and 105 on rights at work also get ready to speak? Thank you. Can we please go to Goylan?
Good morning, President, Congress. Goylan Brinkworth speaking on behalf of the Wales and South West region to accept the local Congress gift. The Wales and South West region are delighted to be the recipient of the Congress gift this year and have decided to split this between 2 very worthy causes. The first is Headland School in the Vale of Glamorgan. The school provides day and residential care for children and young people who have experienced development trauma and have complex needs. Headland School strives to provide a quality education in a caring and nurturing environment. They are truly thrilled with the gift, which will go towards their active music and performing arts group. The pupils are currently preparing for their summer performance. We would like to make mention of one of our members, Kirsty Bearcroft, the granddaughter of our regional president, Sheila Bearcroft. Kirsty was a dedicated teacher at Headlands who truly loved her job and was totally dedicated to her pupils, but sadly passed away from cancer last year. We will remember her. The second is the Julian Trust, who provide emergency shelter for homeless within the Bristol area. The Trust is wholly managed and staffed by volunteers and financed through voluntary contributions of funds and food. Other services include meals, health facilities and laundry, to name a few. It is vital that the people who use these facilities are given the help they need to nurture their future prospects, to turn hopelessness into hope and impossible into possible. Thank you, Congress, from the Wales and South West region.
Thank you, Goylan. Two brilliant causes there. So we move on to item 5, which is rights at work, motions 104 and 105. Can I ask Cameron, North Western Irish Region, to be called to speak on motion 104, please?
Morning, President Congress, Cameron Ali, Northwestern Irish Region, moving motion 104, redundancy consultation. This Congress believes, due to the legal requirement from employers who don't have to apply the current legislation on voluntary redundancies by law, under 20 employees being made redundant on a voluntary basis have no legal obligation to notify the redundancy payment service at any one establishment within a 90-day period or less. Needs to change to a more up-to-date figure, as employers are using this as a getaway clause to offer voluntary redundancy at a small scale, and the actual figures remain under the threshold, which damages the current employment of our members at this in a regular 90-day period, could sustain the unionized employment to lose members under the 60% ruling, and is seen by companies to trim regular to damage the union membership for long-term employment across the manufacturing industry in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. And the region have agreed to formally second the motion. So can I ask Diane to move motion 105, please? To go, Diane.
Okay, President Congress, Diane Timmins, London Region, first time delegates, moving motion 105 on notice holidays during redundancies. The hospitality sector has seen mass redundancies. We all know the reasons, but what came to light was the lengths of many employers who would go to avoid paying their loyal staff their proper pay, which we sadly found was not illegal. But by I mean the evil practice of instructing staff on notice of redundancy to take their holidays during the notice period, so the employer can avoid paying holiday pay when the employment was terminated, thus saving the employer money. Many here know of the statutory right to a notice period when an employee is made redundant, as there is a right to a holiday pay. The working time regulation allows for unused holidays to be paid on the termination of employment. The reason the law allows this is so that employee starts a new job, they will have money to take holiday and will not need to wait until holiday with pay is accrued. This is what the law intends to happen. However, we see this being undermined by unscrupulous employers wanting to squeeze the last drop of blood from workers who are facing unemployment. If this practice is legal, then we ask that the GMB fight to change this. Currently, employers determine when staff take holiday. We are not challenging that, but an employer must act reasonably when deciding when an employee takes holiday. Furthermore, an employer should not act in a way that may deter staff from taking holidays. We say that this is not reasonable to demand that staff on notice are told to take holidays during the notice period, and that the practice will deter staff taking holidays when they regain employment, because they will need to wait until paid holiday is accrued. Many employers in other industries may be using this method to save money at the expense of working people. We cannot allow this widespread abuse, which is unchallenged, to continue. The law on unpaid holidays has progressed with the good work of our union. We should use these progressive steps to put an end to this shoddy practice. We say that if Parliament allows a legal entitlement to a notice and holiday pay or anything else, then these legal rights should be upheld in Parliament. Our unions exist to improve the lives of our members and of all working people, and this practice cannot remain whilst the GMB is in a position to fight back. Because a thing is said to be legal does not mean we sit back and accept it. This has never been the way of our union, and our intentions must be clear. We should make this challenge, and if it means appealing to high courts or changing the law, then this is what our union should do. Congress, I ask that you support this motion. I move.
Diane, well done, first time speaker. I'm sorry that first time speakers aren't getting the applause and the claps that they deserve. Can we move on to seconder, Mike?
Yes, morning. Morning, President, Congress. Michael Foster, H34 Branch Secretary, London Region. First time delegate and speaker, seconding motion 105. Our motion seeks to outlaw a practice used by banned employers to deny our members their statutory entitlement. Those legal rights that we all have are the right to notice when being made redundant and the right to be paid for unused holidays when we leave our employment. This motion does not ask for the earth, nor do we ask our union to do what is impossible. We are asking to challenge with all our resources an unfair employment practice. Our London Region Hospitality Industry Branch saw how quickly the practice of instructing staff to take holidays during the notice period became the norm. This caused us to assume that bad employment practices can quickly take root and spread, affecting all sectors of the economy. We cannot allow this, as it will be harder to challenge what becomes accepted practice. Our union did not sit back and allow injustice. We recently championed Uber drivers, Asda workers and the Scottish care workers, victories that will benefit many, many working people and improve their lives. Why not continue on this great road? We must do everything in our power to stop the sharp practice of employers. We should fight to ensure that our members are not denied justice and fairness at work. Many people here will have been put on notice and will have lost their jobs. The fear and uncertainty that creates is well known. Those on low incomes feel this even more. Those in areas of unemployment will remember this fear. You know that when your job is terminated, that you will need every penny that you can get for the uncertain future. When you are made redundant, that is not the time to allow employers to con you out of money you are entitled to and what you need. Members ask us for help, and we can't say there's nothing we can do. Doing nothing is never a GMB option. The road may be a long one, it may be tough, but we have taken up challenges in the past. We need to change the law or take those employments through the courts as we have done so in the past. Congress, I'm proud to second this motion. Please support. Thank you for listening.
Well done, Michael. Another well done first time speaker. Don't believe there's anybody speaking in opposition. So can I ask Gordon Gibbs to speak on the motions of the CEC, and at the same time ask Kath Pindon and Kevin Buchanan to get ready on the special report on procurement and public spending. Gordon.
Okay, thank you, President. President Congress, Gordon Gibbs speaking on behalf of the CEC on motions 104 and 105, and I'll try and speak in English and not Dudley if I can. On motion 104, redundancy consultation, the CEC is asking that the motion be referred. UK law on collective consultation over redundancies is based on the EU Redundancy Directive. This gave member states alternatives to trigger consultation. To trigger consultation, the UK opted to consult over a period of 90 days, at least 20 days, whatever the number of workers normally employed in the establishments in question. The CEC can support the principle that the collective redundancy rights should be improved, and the removal of the 20 at one establishment rule could be part of that. By referring the motion, it would allow us to develop policy to put in place an alternative trigger mechanism, which could be based on the alternatives already set out in the directive or some other alternatives. On motion 105, notice holiday during redundancies, the CEC is supporting this motion with a qualification. The general rule is that statutory annual leave cannot be replaced by a payment in lieu. The rationale under the Working Time Directive to allow a payment in lieu of statutory annual leave on the termination of employment was that it ensures that the worker is financially capable of taking a period of paid rest before embarking on new employment. The motion is calling for a change to the law to ensure that during redundancy, statutory entitlements to holidays and notice cannot be offset against each other. This may be a particular issue that has risen in the hospitality sector. The qualification is that there are unfortunately no grounds for a challenge, as the law is clear at present that the employer is able to do this. Thank you.
Every word you said. Northwestern Irish have already indicated they accept reference back. So does London accept the qualification, please? Yes, thumbs up, great. That means we can move to the vote. We only need to take the vote on motion 105. And that vote is carried. We now move on to item 6, which is the special report on public spending and procurement. And can I ask, I will ask it to be moved and seconded by members of the CEC, and then invite regions to speak on the report in alphabetical order. So Kath, would you like to move the report for the CEC, please?
Good morning, President, Congress. Kath Pinder, Manufacturing Section and Yorkshire and North Derbyshire Region, moving the Procurement and Spending Special Report on behalf of the CEC. Congress, as we meet in the middle of a pandemic, it is more important than ever that we debate the government policies on spending and procurement. Almost £2 billion have been spent on contracts for companies linked to Tory party donors, while our key workers were denied the PPE they needed. And instead of using these contracts to rebuild our textiles industry, ministers awarded contracts worth millions to their cronies and imported PPE that couldn't be used. For all the talk of levelling up, the regional and local imbalances in our economy persist. These problems have been brought into sharp focus by the pandemic, but they predated it. You all know the problems. Procurement has been turned into a weapon against workers. Many of our public sectors have been broken up, outsourced, privatised under policies from compulsory competitive tendering to PFI. Public spending in industries from shipbuilding to renewable energy is being sent overseas, while our factories and yards are crying out for work. The rules are written by the people who know the price of everything but the value of nothing. In our region, we all know too well the devastating impact to communities of job losses in traditional industries. It is no passing crisis. It endures through the generations. We urgently need new policies that support jobs and rebuild the industrial capacity we have lost. And Congress, the Conservatives aren't going to change their spots. We need an agenda that a future government, a future Labour government, can deliver. That is why this report sets out a commitment to the direct delivery of public services by the public sector and in the public interest, to a real levelling up of public spending, not a setting our regions and communities against each other, and guaranteeing that orders for our Navy are placed with UK yards. It sets out our support for good employment weightings in contracting, equality impact assessments, and local labour in construction clauses. We need to take account of the national insurance and tax that flows back to the public purse when orders are placed in the UK and are lost when contracts go overseas. We need to learn from the social partnership model that a Labour government is building in Wales with unions round the table. And this sets out our international policy for recommitting the UK to the ILO treaty that the Thatcher government walked away from, to require public contractors to pay the fair rate for the job, as established by collective agreements. And finally, Congress, we need to reform the World Trade Organisation's rules, working through our international affiliates, so that we can introduce UK content clauses and guarantee that investment in renewables will deliver jobs in the UK. Congress, this report sets out practical policies to deliver more jobs and better jobs. It builds on the manufacturing section's Making It campaign for rebuilding the UK, and it includes a GMB manifesto for better procurement for organisations to adopt. Congress, we believe that these are the right policies for the world we now face. Please support this report. Thank you.
We now go to Kevin Buchanan to second from GMB Scotland.
President Congress Kevin Buchanan, GMB Scotland Commercial Services Section, seconding the report on behalf of the CEC. Congress, in Scotland we know well the cost of failed procurement policies. We've lost 20,000 manufacturing jobs in the last decade alone. We were promised that Scotland would become the Saudi Arabia of renewable energy, but today the sector employs too few workers to be estimated. The UK government spends £5 billion a year on subsidies for the wind industry, but the BIFAB yards have been reduced to shadows of their former selves. Congress were fighting tirelessly to secure the viable future for those yards, but our policies also need to change. We were told that once we had left the EU, we would be free to award contracts to our own industries. However, we're still bound by World Trade Organization rules that have not been reformed since the 1940s. As this report sets out, when we are facing both an environmental crisis and a jobs crisis, we must have the power to use the power of public spending to build up industries in the UK. Otherwise, we will be dependent on imports from dictatorial and exploitative regimes. Congress, we want to lead the campaign to change those rules and take the rest of the UK Labour movement and the Labour Party with us. This is the policy that the new Biden administration has adopted. It is time our politicians here did the same. Please vote in favour of the report. Thank you.
And thank you to the regions who've notified us of the speakers. So I will now go to London and Fedzi.
In response to the CEC report, we welcome the report, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the authors for bringing this to Congress. Congress, it is important that we understand we were in a position where we had more people working than ever before. Obviously, we've suffered major economic downturn with the pandemic, which has plunged us into a new recession that is exposing inequality and discrimination throughout our country. And as usual, those most vulnerable in society suffer the most. I'd like to draw your attention to point 3 in the report, procurement scandals under COVID. COVID is being used by the UK as a means for certain employers to cut the number of their employees drastically and detrimentally. This in turn, of course, opens up the opportunity for corruption on the worst possible scale. London Region believes that we must get control of the misuse of public funding. We must ensure that there is a full independent inquiry into the travesty of the green shell capital collapse. Congress, we must also understand the effect Brexit is having on our economy. For far too long, ministers and governments have hidden behind EU rules. Our spending is well documented to be below the EU average. It's critical that we have local labour agreements which are robust, accessible, and meet the needs of our members working in the coalface. There is a long-standing history in public procurement, and a good example most recently is the progress that was made on the HS2 project. Congress, in line with GMB Public Procurement Manifesto, it must be time that we spend public money from our taxpayers to help our members, our people across all communities within the UK. There is time for a step change. We know the UK is reviewing public contracting legislation following our exit from the EU. This is a real opportunity for the government to develop and take positive steps to put decent policy in place that brings an end to the race to the bottom for maximum profit. Let's have more in-house provisions. It's time for this government to put our people first. After all, it's essential that GMB strive to support all workers in all workplaces to earn a decent and fair living, to be in a safe environment, and to have proper procurement measures put in place. Congress, I ask you to support this report.
Thank you, Fevzi. And now we go to Declan from Midlands in East Coast region.
Good morning, President, Congress. Declan Gibbons, Midland and East Coast region, first-time delegate and still a first-time speaker after some technical difficulties yesterday, but I'm on. Okay, this is an important document, and as we hopefully emerge from the COVID-19 crisis and the ramifications of Brexit become known, it is vital that we campaign to change how procurement and spending operate. We cannot change the past, but we can shape the future. I support this special report and I call on this Congress to do likewise. Thank you.
I'm really glad you managed to get on this time, so well done. That takes us to Northwestern Irish region and Kevin Flanagan.
Good morning, Kevin Flanagan, Northwestern Irish region, speaking in support of the motion and Congress 2021 special report on procurement and spending. Colleagues, for too long we were told there's no money tree. It's very interesting, isn't it, that under COVID they managed to not find a money tree but a money orchard. But did they do any of that for the good of people? No. What they decided to do is have a system which actually procured money for their friends. Just give us your email, give us your WhatsApp group, or send me a text message, and you're on the list. This is an absolute disgrace. It's one of the scandals and one of the reasons why this government doesn't want an inquiry into what happened under guise of COVID. Colleagues, I welcome this report on behalf of the Northwestern Irish region and on behalf of the Commercial Services section as President. It is a very good report, one of the best reports I've read on this issue. Colleagues, we need to make procurement of public resources accountable to the public. We cannot let vipers into this orchard to strip out all the good apples and leave us just the cause for the poor and for those who need it. Colleagues, we need to make the decisions accountable for people and for communities and for the common good of society. We cannot be going on in a way in which the fruits are taken away, put in barrels and shipped abroad for the benefit of many, while the rest of our workforce and community struggle, and it's left for footballers to plead for food for the poor. This is a disgrace. We must hold them to account, and the principles that are in this document are so important. And I ask you to support the report and to support the principles in it. Thank you, Congress.
Kevin. Takes us to Wales and South West, Paul.
President, Congress, Paul Hunt, Wales and South West region, speaking in support of the CEC special report on procurement and spending. Congress, I do not have time today to go into all of the issues surrounding the abuses that are taking place at the UK level with regards to UK government procurement, but it is clear to all who have eyes to see that this Tory government are not interested in clear, open and transparent procurement processes. It is even more clear that even after legal challenges, Tory ministers do not want to show the electorate how they are spending taxpayers' money. Just a few examples are Matt Hancock giving PPE contracts to Tory donors despite them having no involvement in the manufacturing of PPE in the past. Despite being found guilty of breaches of the ministerial code, he still refuses to publish those contracts. The track and trace system introduced in England was given to private companies who have given donations to the Tories, despite having no experience of public health, has led to a costly, inefficient system which has put the lives of people in England at risk. And surely people will remember that one minister, Thailand Grayling, gave a ferry contract to a company that didn't even have ships. Congress, this cannot be allowed to continue. In stark contrast, here in Wales, the Welsh Labour government is currently in the process of introducing a Social Partnership and Public Procurement Wales Act that will see all companies who seek to operate public sector contracts in Wales have to sign up to the Ethical Procurement Code that will become statutory and will make companies implement transparent and open procurement processes and publish plans to stop exploitation in the supply chains across the world and not just the UK. They will also have to sign the employer's contract committed to banning 0 hours contracts, paying at least the foundation real living wage, and give access to trade unions to ensure that workplaces we have been denied access to previously to ensure an expansion of collective bargaining. Congress, this is a clear difference between a corrupt and uncaring Tory government and a Welsh Labour government which governs in partnership with the labour and trade union movement to implement policies based on fairness for all. Thank you.
And to our last speaker, Julie, Yorkshire and North Derbyshire.
Good morning, Congress. I'm Julie Gledhill. I'm, as you know, speaking on behalf of Yorkshire and North Derbyshire. We very much welcome this special report. We live and work in an area that has not yet recovered from the decline of our traditional industries and agree that changing our approach to spending is necessary in order to build a fairer economy. As an example, the short-sightedness of the UK in allowing the decimation of our manufacturing industries was brought into sharp focus when we were unable to manufacture PPE to meet our needs during the pandemic. To address this shortfall, lucrative contracts were placed with well-connected people who made vast profits at our expense, while key workers, including many GMB members, were left without the PPE they needed. Further, billions were wasted on a private sector contact tracing system when the people with experience, our public sector public health officers, were sidelined. This is just one example which supports the GMB stance that public services should be delivered directly by the public sector. The GMB has long argued for higher public sector spending in order to reverse austerity, a stance supported by the think tank, the IPPR, as outlined in the report. The government, however, has repeatedly failed to spend money on direct support for industry and the regions. When it has intervened to support particular technologies such as energy, it has failed to support UK jobs and build strong domestic supply chains. This situation needs to change. We in Yorkshire and North Derbyshire welcome this report and recommend its manifesto to Congress. Thank you.
And well done to all the speakers. Before I move to the vote, can I ask speakers on item 7, COVID-19 motions, to get ready to, and rebuilding the economy motions, COVID-19 and rebuilding the economy motions to get ready. I will now put the special report to the vote. And that special report is carried. Thank you. So moving on to item 7, as I said, COVID-19 and rebuilding the economy. And we have motions 139, 140, 142, 143 and 148. So can I ask Naomi to speak on, to move motion 139, please?
President, Congress. I'm Naomi Chokshaba-Katsigazi, London region, moving motion 139. First time delegate, first time speaker. By and for women specialist services. A very powerful and poignant sentence that resonates with me and perhaps many BME women here at Congress today. As such, I'm privileged to be moving this motion as a Black African woman. This motion is more relevant now than ever before, a situation exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The statistics are dire, as you've read, and the subsequent government policies, especially driven by the pandemic, such as stay at home, were and are a death sentence to many BME domestic violence victims. According to Women's Aid 2021 Fragile Funding Landscape Report, there were only 18 refugee services run by and for BME and minoritized women's organizations running in November 2020. To these victims and survivors, there is no such a thing as a home, rather a house or enclosure. To those brave enough to flee, there ought to be services out there that they can access with minimal barriers, such as accessibility, language and communication, racism, and stigma. I therefore call on Congress to continue to share the plight of these specialist BME services, advocate for the end of the BME women violence and honor killings, and lobby the government to reinstate these specialist services and mitigate against institutional racism within the existing procurement process. Congress, please vote to support the motion. I move.
Thank you, Naomi. Well done, first time speaker. Seconder, Taranjeet.
Thank you, President. Taranjeet Chana, London Region. Seconding motion 139, COVID-19 impact on and by for Black minority ethnic women specialist services. Congress, during the pandemic, this government has shamelessly and discriminatorily passed what they consider as a groundbreaking domestic abuse bill. Discriminatory because it excludes Black minority ethnic migrant women from protection from being killed due to abuse and violence. This bill now law was described as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to address domestic abuse in our society. This government has yet again failed us. Abused migrant women are denied vital life-saving routes to safety. We need to prioritise safety over immigration status, a campaign by Latin American Women's Services Step Up Migrant Women. During the pandemic, the very few by and for Black minority ethnic women specialist services continued to struggle to save lives. The London Black Women's Project, Sister Space in London, the Angelou Centre in Newcastle, Borsor in Wales, Shakti in Scotland, Baranaga in the Midlands. As a union, we continue to encourage workplaces to adopt our GMB Domestic Abuse Charter. A survivor, just sharing a survivor saying, had it not been for a service that looked and sounded like me and my children would have died. By and for Black minority ethnic special services saves lives. Please support this motion. I second.
Thank you, Taranjeet. Motion 140, Neil, to move.
Thank you, President. Congress. Neil O'Hagan, first-time delegate, first-time speaker, North Western Irish region. Moving motion 140, support for low COVID sufferers. A friend and colleague from our branch contracted COVID-19 early last year. Ben was hospitalised, moved to an ICU and eventually put into an induced coma. Various other complications from his treatment, including a damaged vertebrae and a minor stroke. Recovering from all of this, Ben was left unable to return to work due to a condition now known as long COVID. Little here to make you think that Ben has been in any way lucky, but compared to a lot of other workers, he could be. Ben's a member of a recognised union with the security of a contract with sick pay and pensions benefits. There was also a clear diagnosis that we could use when dealing with OC Health and HR to ensure that he received his due. He received full pay while he was ill, and when the worst came to the worst and Ben was declared incapacitated, he received ill health retirement and a full pension. Even a case as seemingly clear-cut as this one was a battle due to the lack of understanding of this new disease. Many workers in the UK are at risk of a very different prospects. The ONS says COVID-19 has infected over 7% of the population, that's nearly 5 million people. Risk of overwhelming the NHS meant people with symptoms seen as mild were advised to stay at home. We were assured that most mild cases would resolve within 2 weeks. Well, for many, this is far from the case, and a pattern of illness has emerged completely at odds with early assumptions about the disease. There now exist in the UK many thousands of people who contracted COVID-19 and continue to suffer an array of debilitating symptoms persisting for weeks or months. More are being infected each day. Research has been limited, testing was unavailable for a long time. Those suffering prolonged symptoms were incorrectly diagnosed, probably over the phone, are suffering from anxiety, post-viral syndrome, fatigue. Countless sufferers have been forced to return to work, risking serious consequences for their recovery. The government has paid little attention to the ongoing poor health of potentially hundreds of thousands of people. It's imperative that the needs of this group are addressed and that sufferers given the support they need. Continuing action is a potential calamity for each individual and for the economy. Research is urgently needed to establish how many are affected and to identify potential therapies. The government needs to address the economic implications of long COVID, including making provision for long-term sick leave and taking steps to ensure that employers are fully aware of the reality and the implications of long COVID. Please support the motion. I move.
Thank you, Neil, and well done. As another first-time speaker, I hope all our first-time delegates and first-time speakers are enjoying this experience of Congress, albeit a very odd one. And the region have agreed to formally second, so then I can move to motion 142 and ask Wayne to move.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning. Wayne Oswick, London Region, motion 142, save our aviation sector. Congress, Madam President. Like every branch, this motion was submitted in January whilst under so much uncertainty within the aviation sector. Ruthless employees had made numerous job cuts on the back of major airline predictions of millions of pounds in losses. The withdrawal of aircraft and trade from regional airports like Southend, Luton and EasyJet were one instance, but worst to be affected was Gatwick Airport, which basically closed down after the actions of British Airways and Virgin Atlantic. Basing all their aircraft at Heathrow, this was a major blow to the second largest airport in the south of England, with the later report stating that Crawley and surrounding areas had the highest unemployment rates in the south of last year. Luckily, furlough slowed the process down, and that has now been extended, as we know, to the end of September this year. I waited until the 17th for the government's announcements on the opening of airways for foreign travel, but true to their blundering nature, we still have confusion with an inappropriate traffic light system. This has resulted in holiday travellers not knowing should they or shouldn't they travel due to the UK restrictions which don't apply to European countries. After much hope for foreign travel in 1 week and the reports that thousands of aviation jobs were being required, lo and behold, Johnson and his cronies stopped at that by announcing that instead of adding countries to the green list, they removed Portugal, the only true holiday destination on the list, causing a lack of confidence again. The GMB has an ongoing campaign to save our airports, and the London region has been very vocal and on social media and petitions raised to Parliament. National officers have met with local MPs, but still haven't had a sector-specific financial package offered to protect jobs. Now we have learned that our members are being attacked by Heathrow Airport Authority. How? From a underhanded 135% car park hike and the removal of concession public transport for airport employees. Obviously, this will affect the lower paid scale and the hardest who rely on the public transport to get to work. Hull's reasoning for this unscrupulous attack is they claim the government's refusal to reduce business grants. This project, so to protect this vital sector, the GMB are calling on the government to stop dithering and ensure that any state aid comes with guarantees to protect jobs before shareholders. Stop putting further restrictions on air travel and public support our tourism sector. Because the general projection is that the aviation sector will not possibly recover substantially until the year 2023. We also request that a trade union collective are part of any aviation sector recovery plan to ensure that frontline transport workers are brought to the fore. I urge Congress to support. I move this motion.
And the region are formally seconding, so that I can move on to motion 143 and ask, is it Anthony? No? Okay, that's not been able to connect. So they formally seconding and moving and seconding that motion. Can I ask North Western Irish Region if you formally move and second motion 143, because we're having problems calling in your speakers. Yep, thank you, North Western Irish Region. That takes us on to motion 148 and Brendan to move.
Morning, President, Congress. Brendan Duffield, London Region, moving motions 148 on working from home, the new normal. Working from home used to be a privilege enjoyed by only a few staff, mainly managers. Fast forward to last year when so many of us found ourselves working from home. It was amazing how this privilege quickly became the new normal. Even those workers who had been told home working was out of the question because of GDPR were suddenly allowed to do it. Now we are all trusted to protective at home. Many of the workplaces are trying to close their offices. That will leave the burden on homeowners who are then paying for their own electric and Wi-Fi. In Barking and Dagenham, entire workforces and departments are not returning. In 6 months, sections have been restructured, contracts rewritten, and people staying at home permanently. It has started with the obvious, like these call centres, but it will spread. If you are a steward, have you ever tried to organise and keep tabs on 30 people working from home? Even with online teams, meeting staff quickly becomes isolating and can have mental health issues as a result. We are dealing with companies restructured, redundancies, jobs being downgraded, but what about the rest? Those that have to open and work in physical buildings with real people. We are starting to see 2 classes of workers, those who can work from home and those who cannot, such as those in customer-facing roles. It is time the GMB flex its muscles and get the best deal for our members. Front of our staff should not be discriminated against. Those working from home need their terms and conditions and grades looked at. We should watch the Trojan horse, which is using your own equipment at work policy. That will mean that workers will provide the tools. We need to campaign for a right to turn off, or our work will invade and take over our own space. In all, we need a proper policy that sets out the GMB red lines before those red lines are decided for us. And we do not have much time. Congress, if this is to become the new normal, then GMB need to look at how we can adapt our system and structures so that we can reach out and recruit the new remote workforce. There is much more to be debated and discussed on home working, the new normal. Congress, I move.
Brilliant, thank you, Brendan. And we're just waiting for the region to confirm that they're formally seconding this motion. No, I've got the thumbs up, so thank you, London Region. I've not been notified that anybody wants to speak in opposition to these motions, and the CEC is supporting this group of motions, so I will put them straight to a vote. Motion 139. And that's carried. Motion 140. That's also carried. Motion 142. Also carried. Motion 143. That's also carried. And the last motion in this group, 148. And that's also carried. Thank you. We now go on to three more motions on COVID-19 and rebuilding the economy, 138, 141 and 144. And can I please go to Matteo to move motion 138?
Morning, President, Congress. Amataya Obadina, London Region, moving motion 138 on Belly, Manjinga, and the depositionate impact of COVID on BMAE communities. An assailant who claimed to have COVID confronted Bailey and her colleague while they were on the concourse without PPE. Both colleagues contracted COVID, and 2 weeks later, Bailey sadly died of COVID, leaving behind a family she adored, including her 11-year-old daughter, Ingrid. There has been no prosecution, and a complaint has been made to the police watchdog over the British Transport Police handling of the investigation. Sadly, though, Bailey's experience is not unique. The pandemic has seen COVID have a disproportionate and devastating impact on ethnic minority communities. Inequalities and unfairness have contributed even further to the toll COVID has taken. Inadequate PPE, risk assessment not being implemented, and a lack of guidance from government on what protection there should be have all affected Black, Asian, and minority ethnic workers more, and this is not acceptable. There needs to be a public inquiry into this, and as Baroness Lawrence stated in her report, an avoidable crisis. The impact of COVID is not random, but foreseeable and inevitable. The consequences of decades of structural injustice, inequality, and discrimination that blinds our society. We must never forget that behind each and every number, there is a human story of a real person whose life was loved and cherished. Everyone has the right to dignity and justice. Congress, please support this motion for a public inquiry into the disproportionate deaths from COVID in the BME communities and our GMB's support to the Justice for Bailey Munjinga campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Is London Region formally seconding this motion? Okay, sorry. Yep, thumbs up. Thank you. That means we can move to motion 141 and Andre, is it? I pronounced that wrongly. You're on, but we can't hear you. I think you need to unmute yourself, please.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello? Morning, President, Congress. Andre Bowen, London Security Branch 43, first time delegate, first time. Right. The Office for National Statistics have updated their publication figures on the 4th of February 2021 regarding COVID-19 deaths by occupation, and again reveal a higher death rate amongst the security sector. The very nature of the role of the security officer influences their risk of COVID. Being a frontline key worker may mean encountering conflict when trying to enforce COVID-19 guidelines, and this may make social distancing even more difficult. Congress, in recognition of security officers' dedication and perseverance during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Appreciation Week of Recognition provides a great opportunity to acknowledge and thank the importance of security staff that keep us, the workplace and buildings we occupy, safe and secure. During the pandemic, security officers were the last people standing in many buildings, closing down facilities, supporting skeleton staff, and getting premises ready for reopening, and generally supporting people and then as they navigate the new work normal. This is an opportunity for us to recognise their dedication and thank them for their service. Congress, on the 27th of March 2021, at London Security Branch meeting, Marcia Durkee, on a Securitas NNC reps meeting, had a conference with the CEO of Securitas, Sean Kennedy, with their HR, and have agreed with the London Security Branch motion. Security Officers Appreciation Week will be added to Securitas's to-do calendar list. Thank you, Marcia. The London Security Branch knows that the year 2020 was challenging, and as some of our colleagues have been on the front line, have sadly passed away. Congress, please support this motion.
Thank you, and well done. Another first-time speaker. Brilliant. So pleased to see so many of you. And to move, Sam, please. Sam, are you there? I can see you're in the queue, but I don't know. You need to press accept. No, we've lost Sam. So, can I ask the region to formally second? If you could, yep, thank you. That takes us on to motion 144. I'm going to ask Kim to move the motion, please.
Congress, I'm actually seconding the motion, Barbara.
Shall I explain? We can't get your mover in, so I'm going to go to the seconder. So just and take you as the mover, and then we'll ask the region to formally second. I think that's
okay.
The way it was
Thank
going to
you.
work. Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that, so I will actually then read from the speech. If you just give me 2 seconds, I'm going to just quickly find the speech because obviously it was written by the original writer. Okay, I've got it here, and then I can read from my speech if I've got any time left. Can you? Oh, sorry. Can you just start me again, Barbara? Because I wasn't told that there would be no mover. So okay, well,
it's probably my fault because No, don't worry. It's just that we can't find, we can't manage to get your mover in. So we'll go to the second, but don't worry. You're on and you're clear, and we can hear you. So yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at the time, but I'll crack on then. Okay, so thank you, President Congress. Kim Hendry, moving unexpectedly motion 144, but very pleased to do so. This motion was written over the winter of 20 and 21. It was written at a time when the labour and trade union movement's response to the government's crawl away from and then back to lockdown was quiet and uncertain, and not what we'd expect from an organisation called Her Majesty's Opposition. These demands are as relevant today as when they were written, and the uncertainty we face as we approach the 21st of June and the autumn with a possible third wave suggests we need to be clear. People need to be able to make themselves safe. These demands were developed by the branch that moved the motion, serious caseworkers, on observing the changing nature of help that the members need. Many GMB members cannot afford not to work, and sick leave and redundancy compensation have been shown to be inadequate. Lockdown has taught us the true meaning of essential work. It should be rewarded effectively and income levels protected against sickness and redundancy, particularly during a pandemic. Redundancies have led to higher workloads and increased the pressure on carers and the vulnerable to return from furlough when their choice will be to keep safe. Some of these redundancies have been caused a drop in business, others by the growing industrial failure in our SME export-led businesses caused by the terms of the future relationship agreement with the EU. The demands on universal credit and the eviction ban are now too late, and the Labour Party's record is poor. But we should stand by these demands. Universal credit is the digital age equivalent of the Victorian Poor Law, and housing insecurity is the essential split, or one of the essential splits in British society. Throughout the lockdown, financial support for the self-employed has been poor. Only those with true records over 2 years are eligible, and only profit is supported. Without isolation as a society, we are left with herd immunity, which is cruel and lethal for some, with 130,000 deaths and counting. Congress, we can do better than this. Barbara, that's the motion as written by the Speaker. I just want to add a couple of points. I know I've gone over, but that was primarily because of the confusion at the start about the moving and the seconding. I just want to add a couple of points as well, is about inequality. For more than a year, we have been living through a pandemic.
Kim,
yeah.
Kim, can you just, I'm not trying to be rude. You've done a brilliant job, and I'm sorry I confused you. You've moved the motion brilliantly for London Region, okay? The region are seconding it formally,
okay.
So you put it all out there in your first speech. So thank you. You've done really well, and I'm sorry for that confusion. Okay?
No worries. Thank you.
All right. Cheers, Kim.
Please support this motion.
Thank you. That takes us to the end of the three motions. I've not been told that anybody wants to speak in opposition to the motion, so I will call Gary Harris to respond to the motions on behalf of the CEC.
Can you hear me, Barbara?
Yeah, Gary, you're on and loud and clear.
President Congress, Gary Harris, speaking on behalf of the CEC on motions 138, 141 and 144. Firstly, on motion 138, Belly Mujinga and the disproportionate impact of COVID and on the BAME communities. The CEC is supporting this motion with a qualification. Coronavirus has exposed deep-seated structural racism in the economy and wider society. We deploy the failings of employers to keep workers safe during the pandemic, and we extended our condolences and solidarity to the family of Belly Mujinga. There remain a number of serious unanswered questions over the government's handling of the pandemic, and we support the calls for a full independent public inquiry into disproportionate deaths in BAME communities. The The CEC fully support the principles of this motion. Our qualification is that requests for support for named campaigns such as the Justice for Belly Mujinga campaign should be referred to the CEC Finance and General Purposes Committee, in line with long-standing practice. Turning next to motion 141, Security Officers Appreciation Week. The CEC is also supporting this motion with qualification. There is no doubt that the CEC appreciates and applauds our security officers. We would encourage branches to celebrate our security officers and should host their own events how they deem fit. The motion calls for G4S and Securitas to be approached and for the managers for the respective companies to conduct their celebratory events. The qualification is that it should be left to the members of those respective companies to decide on whether they want their employers to host events like this. There may be groups of members who do not wish to engage with their employer in this manner. Finally, on motion 144, coronavirus economic support and non-pharmaceutical interventions. The CEC is supporting this motion with a qualification. The motion makes a number of demands that the union made during 2020 and put together would have provided much greater security for people during the COVID-19 and therefore could have prevented the spread of the virus and saved lives. The qualification would be that it may not be suitable to adopt a blanket policy approach for the future. The calls made by the union should be relevant to the circumstances the union and our members find themselves in at that time. Therefore, Congress, the CE is asking that motions 138, 141 and 144 all be carried with the qualification I have just outlined. Thank you.
And thank you, London Region. You've accepted the qualifications, so I can put those to the vote. Motions 138. That's carried. Motion 141. That's carried. And then lastly, motion 144. Thank you. That one's carried also. And again, I apologise, Kim, for asking you to move something that you'd prepared to second. But Thank you for being understanding. That takes us to motions 146 and 147. So can I ask Pushpa to move 146, please? You're all good to go, Pushpa. We can see you. Hopefully we'll hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. President, Congress, Pushpa Makwana, London Region, moving for motion 146, compulsory holidays during furlough. Congress, this motion relates to the government furlough system. Many people saw this in a life, savers getting 80% of their wages as opposed to no wages to be seen as a benefit. Hand in hand with this, the law on holidays, the working time regulations, were amended in April 2020 to allow workers to carry out holidays over the 1 year to the next year. Before this, worker who did not take holidays in their holiday year, it was due, could lose their right to take that holiday and could not carry that holiday forward into the next year holiday. Congress, the amendment was made to avoid workers taking holiday entitlement in the same years when they returned to work following the end of lockdown. This amendment was a sensible and a fair piece of legislation designed to allow workers their statutory rights to holidays, albeit spread through a longer period, and ensure that business could get up and running immediately following lockdown, without the problem of workers using all their holiday entitlements before the end of the year. However, our member in the hospitality industry began reporting to GMB that employees are facing them to take holidays during the lockdown, meaning that those members could not take advantage of the amendment holiday legislation. Congress, employees were in the receipt of government's fund through the furlough scheme. They were telling staff they must make and take their holidays during lockdown. The bosses could use 80% of furlough money and top it up by 20% when staff took compulsory holidays. Thus, employers use taxpayers' cash to offset the obligation and pay holiday. This is misuse of the furlough fund, and our members could not benefit from their holidays if they were to stuck at home under lockdown or could be abroad. It could be said that it is clinically misappropriation of the government fund and take the holiday. What they do not see is we see staff that to take holidays in a later date, but the world mean we have to pay for that. We call upon Congress to support a campaign to end this practice and to highlight the abuse of these employees many of this multinational corporation engage in. I could be argued on this late of the furlough scheme to be end September. Well, the furlough system is scheduled to end several times and was extended, so we do not know if it appears again. But more and more important point on that is, should our member not vocalize this problem? Should issue be ignored by GMB? Shall we remain silent? Or should we at least say GMB are not allowing this practice to continue without showing our disgust and anger to clinical penny pinching from taxpayers? Furlough wages are designed to assist workers and stop redundancy, should not be lined or used in the line of pockets of the COVID profiteers. We should not remain silent. GMB will not remain silent. I ask to move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Pushpa. And London Region have agreed to formally second this motion, so I can ask Andre to move motion 147.
Okay.
Yeah, you're all good to go, Andre.
Good morning again, President Congress. This is for the reimbursement of congestion charge and EU levy for security officers working in hospitals, local authorities, care homes and government buildings. Right, due to the coronavirus, the Mayor had expanded the NHS staff and patient eligibility for congestion charge reimbursement. But under that charge, he failed to mention security officers as part of frontline workers. At the height of the lockdown, key workers were able to drive and park at their convenience. This was particularly useful for our day/night security officers. Now that they fall under the congestion charge, they have been forced to use public transport, which runs on Sundays as well, the congestion charge. Okay. Congress, night security officers have been disciplined and dismissed for leaving their posts during break to move their cars during the congestion charge time, which instead of is 6 o'clock is now 10 o'clock. The Mayor should know that this London Security Branch campaign will aim to change the perception of the security officer for the long term and to reset the perception of the security officer as a respected, valued professional service provider. I urge the I urge Congress to support this motion.
Well done, Andre, brilliant. I don't believe there's anybody who wants to come in to speak in opposition, so can I invite Aaron Bevan-John to respond for the CEC, please?
Good morning, Rada. President, Congress, Aaron Bevan-John, Wales and South West Region Public Services, speaking on behalf of the CEC on motions 146 and 147. Firstly, on motion 146, compulsory holidays during furlough, the CEC is supporting this motion with a qualification. The motion is addressing issues affecting a specific group of members in relation to furlough and the job retention scheme, and therefore it appears to be more of a collective bargaining issue and industrial matter for the region. The qualification, therefore, is that support should apply in the existing time-limited circumstances on furlough and the job retention scheme, so that members should not be required to take leave, but be allowed to roll it over. Furlough is currently due to continue until the end of September 2021. Under Rule 26, it will be for the region to decide whether it wishes to support any legal cases in the usual way. On motion 147, reimbursement for congestion charge and ULEZ for security officers working in hospitals, local authorities, care homes and government buildings, the CEC is also supporting this motion with a qualification. Security officers have had to continue working away from their homes during this pandemic, and the GMB supports the aims of this motion. The qualification is that we can't suggest what the Mayor knows. The London region and Southern region will have to consider how best they might campaign around this issue. And this issue affects a specific part of London and those regions. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that motions 146 and 147 all be carried with the qualifications I've outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. And London Region have agreed to accept both of those qualifications. Thank you. So I can put those to the vote. Motions 146. That's carried. And motion 147. And that's carried. Time seems to be flying by this morning, so we will go to a short break, 15-minute break, but when I ask speakers on motions 150, 154 and 166 to be ready. And I'm also, because if we do get through business early today, I'm asking for, can you just remind me again, Lawrence? 249 and 254. So be prepared to speak earlier than maybe you thought. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, colleagues. We will now turn to political motions, and may I remind delegates that if they wish to speak in opposition to a motion, then they should notify the top table at the start of the debate through the message function. Can I ask Robbie and Luca, Southern Region, to move and second motion 150?
Hello,
Okay, Robbie.
Hello, Congress. Robbie Donnelly, Southern Region, moving motion 150 on social media advertising. Audiences see many adverts on social media without knowing what company, group or individual is behind them. Sometimes the audience may not even realise they are looking at an advertisement. This is particularly true of social posts on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, etc. by influencers who may have received money or other benefits such as free products as payment to create posts and show a product or say specific things. When it comes to political adverts, such as for government elections, leaflets and print adverts must say who has produced and paid for them. However, there is no regulations for political adverts on social media. It is very much left to the platform companies to self-regulate. It was reported that Tories spent £1.2 million on negative anti-Corbyn social media adverts in the 2017 election, yet many of these adverts had no disclaimer saying that the Tories were behind them. In more recent years, Facebook said it is constantly working to increase ad transparency and election integrity on its platforms. They go on to say, we do not allow political ads to run without a disclaimer providing more information about who is running them. However, that same transparency does not apply to non-political ads on its platform, and is, even with political ads, it's often only picked up when somebody puts in a complaint. Mandatory digital imprints could make it clear which companies, groups or individuals are behind adverts on social media. That would mean that users could see who is trying to influence them and how watchdogs keep track of false advertising. I move this motion to call on the government to require that all paid advertisements on social media to state who paid for the advert and to state on whose behalf the advert is being published. Please support this motion.
Luca?
Congress, I'm Luca B. There you go. President, Congress, I'm Luca B. Southern Region, Southern Council Branch, and I wish to second motion 150. Like it or load it, social media is here to stay. With it, the positives and the negatives are staying as well. The problem with social media advertising is the highly targeted nature of it. As an example, a billboard on the M25 doesn't know where you live, who you are, what you like, where you travel, what you buy, what job you do, what are your passions. The billboard just stands there and hopes that someone who's interested will see it. Social media instead knows all of that and wants to know even more. Sorry. All that data helps advertisers to identify whose people will be receptive to their ads. A few times can be great. You're browsing the web, you're looking to buy the Communist Manifesto, and you go on a few websites. Then you go on another one, and a targeted ad showed you a place where it was sold at half the price. Great, right? But other times, not so great. Think the Brexit Vote Leave campaign, the 2016 USA general election, COVID-19 conspiracy theories and disinformation, QAnon. You get the gist. People, some probably honest and good people, were successfully targeted by campaigns based on fear and division, all thanks to the nature of social media advertising. More than half of the world population, 4.2 billion people to be exact, are active social media users. 45 million in the UK alone. Anyone with a message and the right budget can have immense reach, irrespective of intention, good or bad. It is crucial that whenever the people are being exposed to ads while on social media, they know where they come from. Therefore, I ask Congress to please support this motion. Thank you.
Next, we have motion 154 on the EU nationals living in the UK. Can I this time ask Luca to move this motion? Thank you.
You hear me? Yes. Hello, here again. I'm not going to introduce myself since I bet I just did anyway. I wish that this Congress instruct the GMB National Office and the political department to start campaigning immediately for the rights to all European nationals settled in the UK to be able to vote in all future UK elections, including general election and in any referendums. As of December 2019, 3.7 million European nationals were living in the UK. As of today, 3.7 million people that are living in the UK, working, raising families, fueling the British economy, are denied the right to have a say when it comes down to elect those who should represent them in Parliament. Many of those millions of people, and most probably the vast majority of them, have made the UK their home. And even if they are legally entitled to the same rights that British nationals do, they are denied one of the most important amongst those rights. Out of the over 600,000 members the GMB has, a considerable chunk is made up by European nationals. Campaigning for the right to vote for European nationals means also campaigning for those members to be able to fully participate in the United Kingdom political life, which I would argue it includes also being part of a trade union. Allowing non-citizens to vote in national elections is not something uncommon. As an example, New Zealand does. All is required is just to be a legal permanent resident. Paradoxically, in the UK, Irish citizens are allowed to vote, provided they meet the residency requirement. Although I do understand and take into account the historical links that tie the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland. But as it stands, Irish citizens are European nationals. So why not to extend the same rights to all other Europeans that have made the United Kingdom their home and are contributing towards British success? It is clear that campaigning for the right to vote for European nationals will only benefit the GMB and help makes it stronger. It will also help many of those Europeans, and most probably some of your friends, colleagues, partners and comrades that have felt and are still feeling like they are being just tolerated, to feel a bit more included, a bit more part of the place they have decided to call home. I hope you will agree with me. I move this motion and I ask Congress to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luther. Martha to second. Martha, I'm in trouble. Can the regional formally second it? Thank you. Move on then now. The final motion in this group is 166 on proportional representation. Can we please ask Linda to move?
President Congress, Linda Wall, North West and Irish Region, speaking in support of motion 166, PR for UK elections. Congress, opposition to changes in our electoral system puts the GMB on the wrong side of the argument from the point of view of fairness and of democracy, and at least in recent years it puts us out of step with the views of the people that we represent, and that's not a good place to be, Congress. If you oppose this motion, you have to believe that the Westminster voting system is superior to the voting systems in every other European country, including those for the Scottish and Welsh Parliament. It really isn't. Our Parliament is the least representative in Europe because seats don't reflect votes cast. And the vast majority of votes are wasted votes because everyone knows that in all but a few marginal seats, there's only one party that can win. This motion doesn't single out any one system of PR. That's where the consultation would have to come in. There's various options which keep the constituency link. You can have a top-up list like they do for the Scottish Parliament, or a single transferable vote like in Ireland. The CEC say that the system we have now for Westminster works better because MPs are more accountable. Congress, just think about this for a minute. How easy do you find it to get your MP to represent your views? How easy is it to remove your MP? And isn't it likely that under a system where you had more than one local MP, there would be more accountability? One argument I hear a lot is that first past the post benefits the Labour Party. In fact, academic studies that have been carried out show that if there's any bias, it's in favour of right-wing parties and less progressive governments. Congress, the 2011 referendum was a rigged choice. But look at the opinion polls now. PR is strongly supported, and it's a very real issue for a lot of people. Over 200 CLPs have passed motions calling for PR, and the other day ASLEF joined the ranks of trade unions supporting it. For the GMB to use its voting power within the Labour Party to try and block this movement for change would be bad for the GMB, it would be bad for Labour, but most importantly, it would be the wrong thing to do. Please support this motion. I move.
Thank you. Congress, Neil O'Hagan, first time delegate and now second time speaker. North Western Irish region, seconding motion 166. Since the last general election, there's been a campaign to encourage Labour Party CLPs to pass motions in support of PR. The count currently stands at 232 CLPs and is rising every month. 96% of CLPs who discussed the motion have passed it. I believe support for change is growing because people can see that the current voting system does not work for our movement. In 19 out of 20 elections, the majority of people voted for parties to the left of the Tories, and yet our political system is seen as ruled by Tories for 63% of the time. I refuse to believe we're a right-wing country by nature. The majority of Britain support a fairer society, yet we live under right-wing neoliberals in one of the most unequal societies in the developed world. The majority of people want to protect the NHS, but our political system lets the health secretary hand private contracts to his family and friends and produce a white paper that's going to make privatisation easier. We live with some of the most restrictive trade union laws in the world, and a government threatens to throw what few rights we have left on their bonfire. A voting system which consistently gives large majorities to right-wing minority governments is a barrier to workers' rights. If we touch on the most common argument for retaining first past approach, that it provides a constituency link and makes individual MPs accountable. There are PR systems which address this problem, but I only have a short time. I'll make a simple point. Anyone who thinks our current system somehow embodies individual accountability needs only look at the blatant corruption and cronyism of this current government to see that it doesn't work. Do what we always did, we'll get what we always got. Something has got to change. Please support the motion. I second.
Could I ask David Berry if he'll please put in the chat why he wishes to speak? And in the meantime, can I ask Margaret Craig to respond on behalf of the CEC? Could I ask David Perry his wishes to oppose on 166? Can David come in?
Can you hear me? Dave Berry, Yorkshire and North Derbyshire region. Dave Berry, Yorkshire and North Derbyshire region, opposing motion 166. I've been a member of the Labour Party for 45 years, and in that 45 years, I've probably disagreed with some Labour Party policies every year of that 45. But as we heard yesterday, I'm stronger as a collective in the workplace. I'm also stronger within the Labour Party and within the political movement as part of a collective. And the Labour Party has been that chosen vehicle. PR will destroy the Labour Party, and it will destroy, more importantly, the trade union link. It's a failed Liberal policy based on individualism and weakens the collective. In the British Social Attitude Survey, 60% of this country describe themselves as working class. Can it be beyond the wit of us as a movement to unite that working class of 60%, whatever the voting system? Politics is not a pick and mix. We live or die as a class. We need policies that unite the working class, and it's policies that unite it, not voting systems. We heard yesterday in motion 42, we need more working class MPs. The mover is right, we need more accountability and the opportunity to reselect our MPs. The PR system is in individuals, not for a class such as ours. It also lets in minority right-wing groups. If you think it's successful, look at Israel. Look at Belgium without a government for 2 years run by technocrats. And look at Italy. When they failed to form a coalition, they appointed a banker as prime minister to run the country. PR is the end of democracy for the working class, and welcome to the technocracy. Thank you, Congress.
Can I now call Ben Cook from Middle and East Coast to oppose?
Ben Cook, Midland and East Coast region, speaking in opposition of 166. I've been a parliamentary candidate in a general election, and I don't agree with this motion because from a CLP, what's a safe Tory seat, and it has been for a long time, the way that I believe that we win these seats is by organising these constituencies through the Labour Party and with the support of trade unions. We're in campaigning union and we're in organising union. And I firmly believe that the way to win elections is to bring people with you. And it's about developing strategies on how to get your campaigns out in the local community and how to utilise the tools that the 21st century allow you to campaign. So I'm sorry, but I disagree with this motion, and I'm asking for Congress to oppose the motion. Thank you.
I'll now call Margaret to respond on behalf of the CEC. Would you like to exercise your right to reply? Go on, Linda.
Yes.
Carry on, love.
On the points that have just been made, absolutely the Labour Party still has to organise in the way that's been organised to win the votes. It will help that if the Labour Party has a strong position in support of PR, that will increase the Labour Party's credibility and increase the Labour Party's likelihood of winning the election, because it will put the Labour Party in step with the voters who support it. And by the way, the idea that it's that adopting PR will favour right-wing parties. Actually, if America had some form of PR, then Donald Trump would never have been elected with a minority of the popular vote. Voting for this motion is voting for fair voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. I'll now invite Margaret.
Afternoon. Margaret Gregg, President Congress. Margaret Gregg, speaking on behalf of the CEC on motion 166. The CEC is opposing 166, proportional representation for UK elections. GMB has not supported changes to the electoral system previously, and for good reason. A fully proportional system diminishes the direct accountability that MPs have under the current system. If an MP is failing in their job, they can currently be removed, but this is not possible in a list system. A hybrid system in which some members are directly elected and others are elected through proportional representation would create a two-tier system in the House of Commons, with some MPs having the direct accountability of a set of constituents and others no direct accountability. The preferential system of voting, which maintains a direct constituency link, but which eliminates the need for technical voting, was defeated 68% to 32% in a referendum in 2011. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that you oppose this motion as well for the reasons I have laid out. Thank you.
After the vote, we will debate the Labour Party and constitutional issues, starting with motion 156. So please, can speakers on these motions make themselves ready? We'll now take a vote on 150, and the CEC are asking for support. That's carried. 154, and again, the CEC are asking for support. That's carried. 166, the CEC are asking you to oppose for the reasons you've just heard. That's lost. Move on now to item 11, political and Labour Party constitutional issues. And we start this group of motions with motion 156 on Labour organisation. Can Nigel from Northern please move?
Good morning, Congress. Vice President, Congress. Nigel Cook, Northern Region, moving motion 156, Labour organising. Over many general elections, the affiliates like the GMB have been the bedrock of Labour's organising. In the heady days when Labour won general elections, such as in the run-up to the 1997 and subsequent elections, CLPs were twinned. In our region, traditionally, there were a handful of marginal seats. If only that were the case now. What's happened to that red wall? Twinning CLPs was an essential tool to both protect your base as well as organise to win those key marginals. It was a strategy that served Labour well in 3 consecutive general elections from 1997 to 2005. Over recent years, it has been almost unbelievable that Labour has seemingly gone away from these tried and trusted methods of winning to new methods of losing. In the 2019 general election, it was galling to see vital resources just moving without planning to CLPs that would normally be regarded as safe. Congress, in our region, we know why that was. In 2019, the fact is that if the Brexit Party had not stood, there were 8 key iconic Labour seats that would have gone Tory. One such seat was Hartlepool. Labour's lack of basic organising from the top is lamentable. And unless and until the Labour Party gets back to basic political organising, a general election victory will be out of reach for some time. Please support, I so move. Thank you.
Nigel, the region has agreed to formally second the motion, so we'll move on now to Composite 7 on the Labour Party campaigning. Can I ask Lorraine to move? Are you muted, Lorraine? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
That's right, yes, we're okay now.
Sorry. Good morning, President, Vice President, Congress. Lorraine Fox, Northern Region, delighted first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Moving Composite 7, Labour Party campaigning post the 2019 general election. Congress. The defeat in the 2019 general election was Labour's worst since 1935. In the so-called Red Wall, there is no doubt that leadership and Brexit played a role. MPs and former MPs, citing one or the other, are probably saying the right things for the wrong reasons. In our region, supporters of Corbyn cited Brexit as a reason to cover for failings of a leader they supported. Supporters of Remain cited leadership to cover for failings of a policy that they supported, and which proved to be out of touch with voters. Congress, to be frank with you, both groups were and continue to be in denial. That is part of the reason for the crisis Labour finds itself in. There is also no doubt that a failure of organising, including how to identify supporters, was a factor. The simple fact is, trying to convert people on the doorstep at election time and being angry at the response on the doorstep is no way to win power. Indeed, the outcome should come as no surprise to anyone. It is hard work, built over years of policy making, narrative, having a message that chimes with the public, and crucially, having good and targeted organising on the ground. If Labour ever wants to win power again, it must remember and learn the lessons of what it took to win, become relevant, and adopt policies and organisations that inspire confidence among the electorate. I move.
The region has agreed to formally second it, so we'll move on now to motion, we'll move on to motion 162, but as your programme, but this has been accepted as existing policy following the passage of SOC report number 1 and is therefore adopted without debate. So we'll move on to our final motion, which is 163. And can I ask Jamie to move?
Vice President, Congress, Jamie Dennis, Southern Region, moving motion 163 regarding the creation of a Veterans and Families Network within the Labour Party alongside veterans and family officers within CLPs. I'd also like to note to the top table this motion will be formally seconded. Colleagues, as I'm sure many of you are aware, there is little to no support for ex-servicemen and women and no assessment of their mental health when they leave active service and try to transition back into civilian life. That transition can be tough. I know this from personal experience, being an ex-serviceman myself, often finding that I had to adjust my behaviours or speech to fit back into society, and I had my own initial struggles with mental health as well. The most up-to-date figures suggest... Sorry. Right. Hey, can you go the way? Sorry, Congress. Apologies for that. The postman's daring to deliver a parcel. Many ex-servicemen... the most up-to-date figures suggest that around 5% of the UK's population are veterans, and many veterans have complex mental health needs, and in some cases will need lifelong support as a direct result of their military service. Many ex-servicemen and women feel that they don't have a voice, and that the country they have given up so much for doesn't care enough about them to provide them with the help they need for their mental well-being after their service. They feel abandoned and that they don't have a voice in political forums, and this leaves them vulnerable to radicalisation by far-right groups. This is especially evident when we see issues such as the prosecution of ex-service individuals for carrying out their orders during times of conflict. For example, in recent times, the mass protests of ex-servicemen and women against the prosecution of Northern Ireland veterans, the organisation of which involved far-right groups, the DFLA, Veterans Against Terrorism, and UKIP. This Congress calls upon the GMP to lobby the Labour Party to adopt the implementation of Veterans Family Officers. This has seen some success in Liverpool with the formation of a coordinated support service between veterans and the local authority via a Labour-controlled council and mayor, one of the first authorities in the UK to do so, and it is now pushing to share and develop its veterans welfare model through the core cities and key cities groups. The provision of a veterans officer would help to ensure that veterans have a voice, an individual involved with local Labour constituencies who will be looking out for them and voicing their concerns, an individual who can feed any big ticket issues back to their counterpart within the Labour Party itself to ensure their issues are being heard by the government. Veterans have a disproportionately high rate of homelessness, addiction, mental illness, suicide, and violent prison convictions. This is due in part to the fact they have not had the help they need in order to successfully integrate back into our communities. These officers can help to ensure that veterans get access to the help they may need with their mental welfare, and also provide veterans with the help they need to integrate into society. Congress, apologies for the dog again, I move.
Jamie, can I now call upon Brian to respond for the CEC? I muted Brian. No, can't hear you still. No. No, I think you've got problems there, Brian. No, you're still not coming through. Have we got anyone can? No, still can't hear you, Brian.
He is stuck.
And we think you're stuck on mute. Are you going to do it, Barbara? Brian, we're going to have to leave you. Barbara's going to do it instead. Catch you later.
Vice President Congress, Barbara Plant speaking on behalf of the CEC on Composite 7. Unfortunately, Brian couldn't get in. The CEC is supporting Composite 7, Labour Party campaigning post the 2019 general election with a qualification. As the Composite states, the general election result for Labour was the worst since 1935. The targeting of seats that were never going to be won and the lack of support for seats that lost a Labour MP was certainly a contributing factor in the loss. However, this alone cannot explain the loss, and more should be considered when making a contribution to the analysis of defeat. CEC supports the motion with this qualification. Well-organised local campaigns are an important part of winning election. The qualification would be that an effective ground game is not sufficient. There needs to be genuine engagement with voters on the issues that concern them. A further qualification would be that Labour has not moved away wholesale from these traditional methods of organisation. CEC supports the composite with these qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Congress, just as a reminder, the CEC are supporting both these motions with a qualification to composite 7. Does the Northern Region accept that qualification? Northern Region accept? Quickly, Northern Region. Right, thank you. Accepted that. So now go to the vote. 156. That's carried. Composite 7. That's carried. 163. That's carried. Before we go on, Thomas Hunter has asked for a point of order. Could he put it into chat what his point of order is for, please? Being explained at the moment, so we'll have to move on. And our next business is motions on immigration and migration. Could I ask speakers on motion 168, 170 and 172 to get ready? And our first motion is 168. And could I have Obi and Bismail to move and second?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Shall I just start?
GMB, yeah.
Okay, thank you. President, Congress, my name is Obi Amadi and I'm speaking in support of motion 168 on behalf of London Region. This Congress calls for action on immigration after freedom of movement. Following Brexit, this government has introduced a regressive points-based system. The system hurts migrant workers as the employers have power and control over them because of their status. This system leaves people scared and wary, for example, of going to hospital to seek treatment for COVID because of possible repercussions. Have we not learned from Windrush? Well, obviously not. These were people who were legally here and invited, and look how they were treated. The Windrush scandal was not an accident. It wasn't an oversight or an error, and nor is this. The government has decided their stance is to have and operate a hostile environment. What this does is make you ask the question, what does this country represent and what does it mean to be or want to be a citizen of this country? The migration issue is a much bigger issue than just bringing skills into the country and so boosting the economy. There are the other benefits of bringing close relatives to, the richness that we in the UK have benefited from, the culture, inclusion and diversity. Also, it supports and values the family unit and keeping the family together. So what does this mean for working people who have lived their lives here, being good citizens? They could still lose their homes, their jobs, their pensions and their rights to healthcare. Why is it that they could be hauled away from their homes and imprisoned in detention centres to await deportation to a country that's now unfamiliar to them? Remember the incident just last week in Glasgow where the citizens intervened and their protest was successful. Remember the actions of the government was planned, was calculated, was intended. Whitehall bureaucrats cannot be allowed to have their way, Congress. What they are doing, there's a word for it. This is an expression of deep systemic racism and our movement must never hesitate to shine the light of scrutiny on it where it lurks. We need sectoral collective bargaining, legal extension of collective agreements to cover posted workers, regulation of employment agencies, employer liability through subcontracting chains, legal obligations to pay posted workers the union recognised rate for the job, strict enforcement of employers in sectors most exposed to exploitation of non-UK labour. Let us reflect on the fine traditions of our movement. Let's close ranks, UK citizens, citizens of the world, trade unions, all who call this country home. Let's stand together now. Our collective strength is so much more when we act together. We have the voice and the numbers. Congress, please support this motion. Thank you.
Second.
Hello, my name is Chris Miller. I'd like to second this motion. As Obi mentioned, there in Glasgow a couple of weeks ago there was a 8-hour standoff with about 800 people, and they managed to stop 2 gentlemen from being deported. I don't think it should have to come to this sort of situation where the public have to step in. I think the Tory government are a bit heavy-handed on how they deal with migrants and illegal immigrants, etc. And I call for the GMB to lobby the government to stop this sort of activity. I'd like to second this motion.
We'll move on to motion 170, and can we have Steve to move? No. Can the Southern Region formally move in second, then motion 170? Southern Region? Move in second, 170. Right, thank you very much for that. We'll move on now. We have 171. And can we have Henry to move? Desire to move and Henry to...
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Congress, President, Unmesh Desai, London Region Delegate, and a proud GMB Labour member of the London Assembly. President, I just want to make sure you can see me. President, can I firstly congratulate Gary on his election as General Secretary and put on record my thanks to Barbara, Warren, and other colleagues for all the work that they have done over the last year in taking us through some difficult times. Congress, Tuesday, the 22nd of June, marks 73 years since Empire Windrush arrived at Tilbury Docks in Essex, bringing around 500 people from Jamaica to the UK at the invitation of the British government to help rebuild our country in the aftermath of World War II. What subsequently became known as the Windrush Scandal, a result of the hostile environment created by Theresa May, was generations of people being wrongly detained or denied access to official documents, healthcare, work, housing benefits, and pensions, despite legally living in the United Kingdom for years. Many were even deported to countries where they had not lived since they were children. People were required to demonstrate lawful immigration status despite never having been given the means to do so. As David Lammy MP said so eloquently when this treatment of Windrush citizens hit the national headlines, this situation is a moment of terrible national shame for the United Kingdom. Downing Street has since admitted that the way the Windrush generation has been treated to be a matter of regret and appalling. But these are whistle words, and the scandal continues to this very day. The Windrush scheme was set up to allow people to apply for a document that proves that they can live and work in this country. And the Windrush compensation scheme was set up in 2019. But as Meg Helia said last week, the Home Office continues to fail the Windrush generation with what we only call a bungled compensation scheme. The Windrush scheme needs to be amended to give citizenship to descendants and family members of the Windrush generation who are currently excluded. There are test cases being taken to court to bring this about, for the injustices of Windrush cannot be addressed whilst whole families continue to face detention and deportation. Congress, Windrush is a trade union issue. These are our people who have worked and given their time and life to build Britain. They have been part of the trade union movement, including the GMB. And solidarity movement means we also stand up for all the brave workers of the Windrush generation facing discrimination. Congress, I urge you to pass this motion so we can better publicize the Windrush scandal to our members and then urge the Labour Party to champion this amendment. Thank you, Congress.
The region has agreed to formally second the motion, so we'll now move on to our final motion in this group, which is 172 for the Northern region. Sue?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, President, Congress, Sue Sowerby Scott, Northern Region, first time speaker, moving motion 172, social care. First of all, congratulations to Gary Smith from all at the Durham branch on your recent election. Congress, during the period from 2016 to the agreeing the trade agreement with the EU, there's very little progress on resolving settlement agreements for workers and their families. This covers both EU nationals and the partners of EU nationals who might come from the outside of the EU. In social care, key services are provided by this group of workers. And let's be honest, Congress, they were used as a political football by the Tories in negotiations with the EU Commission. Many of these workers are vital. Many are GMB members. Congress, we will remember the forms to gain settled status that were not available in different languages. Applications at one time could only be done on an Android device. Hard copy documents were massive and it was all done to stifle applications. Even council websites had virtually no information as central and local government played politics with the lives of hard-working people and their families. Congress, the deadline is fast approaching for applying to be settled in the UK. We call on the government to provide additional help to give workers who qualify extra time to apply and to make special arrangements to assist in social care, which is already overwhelmed by the unbelievable efforts of our members during the pandemic. Please support this motion. I move.
Sorry. Sue, I would now like to call Alicia to respond for the CEC.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Vice President, Congress. Sailesh Gaglani speaking on behalf of the CEC on motion 171. Widen Windrush scheme, a route to citizenship for descendants and family members. The CEC is supporting this motion with qualification. We support the effort of the motion and will be happy to work with Labour Party colleagues on this matter. We have offered support to our members who have been affected by the Windrush scandal. The qualification is that affiliation will need to be rectified by the Finance and General Purpose Committee. Thank you.
Go to the vote. Could I call upon Thomas Hunter? No? Not coming in? Right, we'll take the vote then. Motion 171. Does the 171, does the London region accept the qualification? Thank you, London region. We'll now go to the votes then. 168. That's carried. 170. One. That's carried. And 172. That's carried. Our next business is Composite 14. I will ask Wales and South West region, who submitted the emergency motion on this subject, to move the composite, and then I will ask Birmingham West Midland to second. Can the mover of Wales and South West come forward, please?
President, Congress, Dean Ismay, Wales and South West region, moving Composite 14. This Tory government has decided this year to start an attack on the most vulnerable in our society and the most poorest, attacking the GRT community. The PCS bill passed makes for difficult reading and, in all honesty, promotes a pogrom towards this community. It was bad enough during the run-up to local elections, watching a Labour CRP print leaflets with traveller racism enshrined in it. This bill seeks to split the families of this community and further disenfranchise them from our society. instead of giving them the resources they so desperately already need. The Tory government has no issue with attacking working people of all backgrounds. We only have to take a look at Boris Johnson and his string of racist remarks over the years, and the policies they implement through Parliament only suggest that this country has an issue with racism, not just directed towards people of colour, but towards those who are from other marginalised groups. Most councils already fail the community in terms of dealing with refuge or providing permanent encampments. By not providing somewhere permanent, this leaves them no alternative to temporary ones. And even then, they are now at risk of gaining criminal convictions or having their homes seized because of complete failure within the system itself. We should be calling out racism in all forms and within all parts of our society. And colleagues, it does start with us. We should be demanding better. We should be demanding this is taken seriously. The legislation is disgraceful, and the Labour Party should be fighting to oppose this legislation. This legislation needs to be stopped and rethought, and we must put an end to a Tory government trying to divide and conquer, and equally put an end to racist legislation. Please stand in solidarity with the GRT community. Please support I Move.
Can I ask Cassie to second, please?
Good morning. President, Chair, Congress, Cassie Perry. Street. There is a in the fight for equality and human rights. Those community that are under assault by discriminatory legislation or knowing where those battle lines are, finding those communities only protect them, but we protect the last 5 years have seen wave after wave aimed at the GRT. Seeking to criminalize way of life and erase a beautiful.
Cassie, I'm sorry, we're having problems with your middle. We'll take it that you've seconded it anyway.
Shared culture.
Sorry about that.
And history.
You're coming through very poor. We're going to have to move on. I will now ask Rachel to respond on behalf of the CEC.
President, Congress. Rachel Hookway speaking on behalf of the CEC on Composite 14, Gypsy and Traveller Discrimination and Exclusion and the Police Crime and Sentencing Bill. This composite consists of Motion 174 and Emergency Motion 1. The CEC is asking that this composite be supported with the qualification. We welcome this motion. We recognise that the rights and inclusion of Gypsy, Roma and Traveller groups is an important issue, and we further recognise that the lack of suitable sites is a serious problem that must be addressed. No one should be hounded, and we condemn the hostile actions some local authorities have taken against these communities and the appalling shortfalls that the government has in protecting people. We are committed to challenging and tackling any anti-GRT racism within our structures, should that occur, and we are committed as trade unionists to educate members and activists on anti-GRT racism. GMB is absolutely opposed to the legislation that is racist and to outright targeted policing. The Labour Party has voted against Part 3 and 4 of the bill at second reading. Part 4 of the bill includes most of the hostile measures against GRT communities. We also have concerns over potential new restrictions to the right to protest if the bill is carried in its current form. However, Part 1 of the bill amends the Act from 2018, which introduces tougher sentences for perpetrators of attacks on emergency service workers. This is an essential part of our Protect the Protectors campaign, led by our ambulance service workers and other GMB public services members. And GMB supported the toughening of sentences for those who attack emergency workers when the proposal was put out to consultation. Our qualification, therefore, is that we wish to focus our energies on opposing the abhorrent racism in the bill and our other areas of concerns with the legislation, while also recognising that the bill does contain proposals that GMB does support when they stand in isolation. If this qualification is accepted, then GMB will work with the Labour Party and use our influence to pressure other political parties to vote down, and if the legislation is passed, to repeal these parts of the bill. Therefore, Congress, please support this motion with the qualification that I've laid out. Thank you.
The CEC are asking that you support this motion with the qualification. Can Wales and South West and Birmingham and West Midlands indicate whether they accept the qualification? We'll now put Composite 14 to the vote. Congress, we now come to motions of housing, and our first motion is 232 on types of house building from Northern Region. I have Andrew Blunt to move.
President, Congress, Andrew Blunt, Northern Region. Moving motion 232, new types of house building. Congress, we have many members working in the aggregates of building materials industry, which includes the timber sector. Our members are vital to the future of the wide and diverse house building programme. This will provide long sought after affordable housing. It will provide energy efficiency and produce long-term answers to housing shortages and provide much needed work. One of the more exciting developments in the building industry in recent years has been the move to utilise timber in housing construction. Across the world, in places like Scandinavia and Canada, timber is used effectively and provides sustainable housing on a larger scale. Congress, currently the UK is a net importer of timber that is used in house building. But there are environmental benefits to using new techniques such as timber in helping solve the housing building crisis. Planting and utilising home-produced timber within the UK that can be treated and used in construction will have a number of benefits in housing cost and sustainable housing and jobs for the future. It is something that the GMB should engage the Labour Party on as we seek to promote our housing policy going forward. Congress, as we come out of the pandemic, there will be a whole range of housing needs and issues. Utilising timber as part of a diverse housing policy will be a sustainable way for the UK to meet the housing challenges that we face. Please support. I move.
Andrew, the region has indicated that they are formally seconding the motion, so we'll now move on to 236 from London and Diane to move.
President Congress Diane Timmins, first time delegate and second time speaker, moving motion 236 on ending the cladding scandal. Congress, later this month it would be 4 years since the Grenfell fire where 72 people died. Sadly, an estimated 11 million people across the country are still caught in this cladding scandal caused by dangerous, combustible ACM wall cladding and inadequate fire safety regulations. Tenants and leaseholders living in buildings that have failed safety inspections have had to find their own money to cover the costs of interim safety measures such as installing waking watch services in the absence of fire alarm systems. Can you imagine what those hard-working householders are going through? Take Rebecca, a charity worker who lives in constant fear after Grenfell-style cladding was found on her building. She waited almost 3 years for the material to be replaced, but now more tests are needed. Last year, UK Cladding Action Group found that 90% of the residents they surveyed said that their mental health had deteriorated as a direct result of the discovery of fire safety problems at their building. Nearly a quarter reported suicidal feelings or considered self-harm. Last month, another fire broke out over 3 floors of a tower block in Tower Hamlets, which had the same dangerous cladding as Grenfell Tower. Luckily, no one died, but how much longer do we have to wait before the government gives the attention, support and funding to resolve this disgraceful situation? On the 28th of April this year, for the 5th time, MPs in the House of Commons voted against banning building owners passing on remediation costs to the leaseholder. Our motion calls for a deadline for safe housing for all, but sadly this government hasn't met any of those promises. As a trade union, we must acknowledge that this is a national scandal that for too long has been allowed to hide in the shadows, allowing politicians, property developers and builders to ignore or move at a snail's pace to rectify this horrifying and deadly scandal. Our motion calls for the GMB to campaign nationally to end this. Let's work together with End the Cladding Scandal campaign and other resident-led groups across the country to fix this. Their campaign sets 10 steps. One of these is to remove dangerous cladding by June 2022. We need more pressure. This is not just happening in London. Let's get together with our housing groups and campaign on safe housing for all. Let's make sure the Building Safety Bill, just announced in the Queen's speech, gives residents a stronger voice and developers in accountable frameworks that all homes and high-rise buildings are fit for purpose and safe. I urge you to support our motion and end our cladding scandal. I move.
Yeah, ready now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Congress President, at the heart of the building safety scandal are ordinary people fighting a system stacked against them, a system that puts profits before people. Across my constituency, City and East London, there are thousands of leaseholders living in high-risk buildings who need immediate help. They face bills that were unimaginable before the Grenfell Tower tragedy. Thousands of people in my constituency alone paying thousands of pounds because they can't remortgage. The insurance costs are spiraling, and they have to pay for the expensive service that tell them their homes are worthless. Some also face bills for hundreds of pounds each month for waking watchers. With all of these pressures, is it any surprise that leaseholders are struggling emotionally and mentally? They need support, and they need it now. Yet the government's approach to redress is an inadequate patchwork of sticking plasters that is useless to heal the broken system that brought us here. The government offer a fund here or there, but these provide less than a third of the total money estimated necessary to remediate high-rise buildings. They offer no hope at all for those living in dangerous buildings under 6 stories. Worse still, whilst leaseholders pay out thousands and the government has stumped off £5 billion to remediate dangerous buildings, the same ACM cladding which spread the fire at Grenfell and which was present at the recent fire in my constituency, New Providence Wharf, is still legally being used in schools and other buildings under 18 meters in height. Each remediated building should lower the number of people living with ACM. Instead, these are being replaced with new buildings with immediate risk. This is ridiculous. Government authority must be addressed. This is a national scandal that needs a national response. We must act now to support people living in dangerous buildings and protect them from further suffering. I say, put people before profit. And with Anne Clark, a GLA member, assembly member who's also GMB from City Hall, will be supporting the GMB campaign.
And our last motion in this group is 238 on rough sleeping. And can I call James for Yorkshire and North Derbyshire to move? I muted James.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Great. Thank you, Vice President. Good afternoon, Congress. James Cooper, York General Branch. First time delegate and speaker from the Yorkshire and North Derbyshire region. Firstly, congratulations to Barbara, Malcolm and Gary on their recent election successes. Congress, I move in motion 238. Let us tackle rough sleeping once and for all. We heard from Madam President in her opening speech, raising the issues of poverty and hardship that exists across this country right now. The scale of homelessness is disgracefully difficult to quantify. There are many different types of homelessness. It's not just rough sleeping. There are people trapped in temporary accommodation, hostels, shelters, and many sofa surfing. Crisis, the National Charity for Homeless People, estimate that in 2020, around 200,000 people were experiencing core homelessness, the most severe form of homelessness. The Everyone In scheme, launched by this government at the beginning of the first lockdown, helped to tackle homelessness throughout the various lockdowns, but is only a plaster on a gaping wound. The government has pledged to end homelessness by 2024, but unsurprisingly, they have failed to provide a strategic plan on how they propose to do it. According to another national homelessness charity, Homeless Link, rough sleeping figures have increased by 52% since 2010. And having volunteered in the sector for over 10 years myself, I've personally witnessed the negative impact on homelessness services within our communities. We saw the incredible speed at which the Nightingale hospitals were created around the UK during the pandemic, and the same could be done for rough sleepers. We call on the government to make available facilities such as the Nightingales to eradicate rough sleeping once and for all. We will provide a warm, safe environment to support their varied needs whilst identifying a permanent place for them to live. Hope that Congress adopt this motion. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Hi, Cindy Gavin, Yorkshire North Derbyshire region, seconding motion 238. Let us tackle rough sleeping once and for all. Can I just send out a huge well done to all our new delegates from within our region. Doing this virtually is an absolute nightmare, so well done everybody. This pandemic has brought home to many of us how close we all are from losing our homes, our jobs, and possibly our families. Furlough, redundancies, job losses have seen a huge increase in people living below the poverty line. Homelessness in itself is not an issue that can be given a quick fix. This government does not have currently a formalised strategic plan to end homelessness. Its approach is always reactive rather than proactive. We saw at the beginning of the pandemic an effort to clear the streets of people, to fudge those numbers. In March this year, the government produced a paper called Rough Sleeping Accommodation Programme, a prospectus and guidance that meets the needs outside of the Greater London area. This objective is to provide move-on homes, accommodation and support on the basis that there will be a pathway to settled accommodation. Again, in other words, interim housing, a way to fudge the numbers and so-called end to rough sleeping by the end of their term. This document sets out to place responsibilities on local councils and bidders to purchase and repair properties, refurbishment and repurposing of existing stock and private sector leasing. This paper in itself is long and complicated to read, tied up in legalities, loopholes that unscrupulous landlords will work through to their own benefit and not the issue at the heart of the matter. Our rough sleepers often have complex needs, and their need is more than just accommodation. We need the aftercare and support services. To end this crisis of rough sleepers, of homelessness, we need a comprehensive plan of affordable housing, clearer tenancy agreements and support services for our most vulnerable people in life. We ask this motion to call upon Congress to lobby the government into making comprehensive long-term plans, in adapting existing unused buildings such as the Nightingale. How fast did they sweep in and adapt to those buildings, and be able to give somewhere warm, safe and secure for our homeless individuals, of those families, a chance of creating a better future and a way out of the endless cycle they found themselves in, often through no fault of their own. Congress, I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Can I now ask John to respond on behalf of the CEC?
President, Congress, John Walker speaking on behalf of the CEC on motion 236, National GMB Campaign to End Cladding Scandal. The CEC is supporting the motion with a qualification. The simple qualification is that since the motion was submitted, there have been additional funds from government to address dangerous cladding and to have done so by June 2022. The funds, however, are still not enough to address the issue. GMB has been working with the Labour Party front bench who attempted to force votes on the issue in Parliament, as well as put amendments down to the fire safety bill, which would have prevented building owners from passing unreasonable costs onto leaseholders. The Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee had also recommended that the government must lead an urgent national effort to remove all dangerous cladding from buildings by June 2022. The bill is currently going through its final stage in Parliament without these recommendations. For this reason, the CEC is supporting this motion with the small qualification. Thank you.
Just to recap, the CEC are supporting 232 and 238, and they are also supporting 236 with the qualification. And the London region has already accepted the qualification. But just before we take the vote, can I ask speakers on motions 247, 248 and 252 to be ready? We'll now go to the votes. 232. That's carried. 236. That's carried. And 238. And that's carried. Congress will now move on to motion 247, which is from the London region and is on universal basic income. And can I have Cathy to move and Brian to second? Right, Cathy.
Good afternoon, Bob. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Cathy.
Good afternoon, Barbara, Congress, moving motion 247. Cathy Holland, Essex Public Services. This is not my idea of heaven, but hey ho, here we go. This is what we've got at the moment. I'm moving motion 247, universal basic income. Congress notes the alarming increase in the working poor, the lack of decent employment opportunities, and the vindictive nature of the reviled universal credit that has proved wholly inadequate to meet people's needs, as I have been saying for years. Congress also notes that since 2016, it has been TUC policy to support the introduction of the universal basic income, sometimes called the citizen's income, a payment made to everyone, regardless of their employment status, that would sweep away the costly bureaucratized and now privatized indignities of means-tested benefits. However, despite this innovation being a TUC policy, it is really, if ever, mentioned by the General Secretary, Francis O'Grady, who prefers instead to advocate higher payments under universal credit. Congress agrees that the UBI is a concept whose time has come and instructs GMB representatives on the TUC General Council to vigorously pursue a campaign for its inception. I move.
Second it. Right, Brian. Brian, you're on.
Vice President, Congress.
That's right.
Brian Shaw, London Region, seconding motion to. Vice President, Congress, Brian Shaw, London Region, seconded motion 247. Universal basic income is a policy whose time has come. The Labour leadership, in my opinion, missed a trick by not calling for the introduction of a universal basic income at the start of COVID. If we are serious about tackling poverty and moving people out of poverty, then a universal basic income is a policy that needs to become reality. A UBI system will eliminate absolute poverty in the UK as it is currently measured. It also reduced the numbers below the official UK poverty line from 16% to 4% and will almost eliminate poverty amongst children and the elderly. The estimated cost in the UK is around £67 billion. Compare that to the £93 billion paid to industry in government subsidies and tax loopholes, which more than easily would cover the cost. The proposed pilot being looked at by the Welsh Labour government needs to be applauded, and GMB needs to be involved to make it a success. To talk of a new normal post-COVID needs to include universal basic income, and GMB needs to champion that campaign and ensure it's Labour Party policy UK-wide. I second. Thank you.
Move on now to 248, and it's Viv to move.
Vivian Thomas, London Region, moving motion 4248, maximise benefit take-up with HMRC. Vice President, Congress. I believe what this motion is asking for is not controversial. Who doesn't want everyone to get what they are entitled to? It is not too much to ask. £16 billion remains unclaimed every year. The system is failing too many in our communities, often the most vulnerable and those living in poverty. The rise of food banks, which have become a permanent and vital support for those in need in every town and city, are a symptom of this failure. So what is to be done? This motion wants the existing system to work more efficiently and effectively, government and existing institutions working for all those they exist to serve, leaving no one behind. The HM Revenues and Customs Department is best placed to make this a reality, with the necessary resources needed. Responsible for enforcing the national living wage, it is not unreasonable for it to also enforce the existing minimum income for all. Congress, we must end this injustice and ensure that all those currently not receiving what they are entitled to are informed and facilitated to receive it. I move.
Thank you. Vaughan.
Thank you. Vaughan Thomas, London Region, seconding motion 248 to maximise benefit take-up by HMRC. This is, as Vivian said, uncontroversial. We want everyone to get what they're entitled to. But given that there's £16 billion of unclaimed benefits and tax credits every year, DWP are failing. It's unsurprising that their accounts are qualified year after year. But we have HMRC, and it shouldn't be just about collecting taxes. It's about balancing the books, making sure everybody's getting what they're entitled to. Quite some time ago, I had a social security fraud investigator contact me about one of my clients to say, hey, they're not actually claiming everything they're entitled to. I was right chuffed. I thought, wow, this is a turn up for the books. And I couldn't help. Not very often, but I actually sent a letter of compliment back to the fraud investigator. That is what it's about. Checking that everyone's getting what they're entitled to. It's not just chasing people who are getting what they're not entitled to. And I make no apologies for caring more about all those people who are not getting what they're entitled to. It is about balancing the books. the HMRC are ideally placed for it. They're the ones that deal with the finances. So yes, it's a no-brainer to me, and I think it'd be a no-brainer to have everyone out there to charge the HMRC with that responsibility, given that the DWP have repeatedly failed year on year for those people who are living in poverty. It's about making sure everyone's getting what they're entitled to. So yes, I second this motion. Please support it.
Move on now to 252, and that's for Barbie.
Hi. President Congress, Barbara Stoddart, moving motion 252, right to food. We've all witnessed food poverty and seen the devastating effects this has had in our communities. This widespreading disease has become so widespread, it has moved in with our families, friends, and our work colleagues. It's heartbreaking to watch parents starve in order to feed their children. We need to stop this now. This situation has arisen plainly and simply from political choices and a failure to act. But there is now an opportunity to do something, and this Congress calls for the right to food to be incorporated into a national food strategy. Congress, hunger is not an issue of charity. It's an issue of justice. Congress, I move.
The region has agreed to formally second that motion. But before we move on, can I ask Dave Berry, who wants to speak against motion 247, to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Dave Berry from Yorkshire and North Derbyshire region, speaking against motion 247, but not on behalf of my region. UBI is another shiny policy come along that people have as a cure-all. We had a decent system. It was called a welfare benefit system without the need for means testing. UBI is not a new idea. It was tried in the 18th century with the Speenhamland system, and the last Labour government tried it with the tax credit system. When you begin to pay money to everybody, regardless, all that becomes then is a subsidy to employers, and they take the opportunity to force down wages even further. The union should be focused on increasing wages alongside a welfare benefits system that doesn't rely on means testing, but provides people with a decent standard of living. UBI is just another clever diversion from what is our basic need of fighting for our members better wages and a state that supports workers and not employers. I would ask people to vote against this motion and think about better solutions that are better than a failed historical experiment. Thank you.
Does Kathy want to right to reply? Kathy, do you want to exercise your right to reply? Yeah, come in. Kathy, can't you get back in?
Hear me? Hello?
Hello, Kathy, go on.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Sorry, it's a bit disconcerting, the screens. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I understand. I agree. I'm fine with the okay. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Kathy.
Sorry,
very happy with it.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Respond on behalf of the CEC. Right, Dave.
Thank you. Vice President Congress, Dave Flanagan speaking on behalf of the CEC on motions 247, 248 and 252. Firstly, on motion 247, universal basic income. The CEC is supporting this motion with a qualification. Existing GMB policy already supports the principle of universal basic income. However, the qualification on this motion is that the CEC believes we should not commit to support every form of basic income, given the wide variety of levels it should be set at and different methods to pay for it. The CEC strongly believes that universal basic income cannot be an attack on dismantling social security, leading to anyone becoming poorer or leading to higher taxes for working people. We recognise there needs to be a lot more work to adequately identify the additional funding required for a decent level of basic income, while recognising that the top priority must be for an incoming Labour government is to rebuild our public services from the wreckage of Tory austerity. Secondly, on motion 248, maximise benefit take-up via HMRC. The CEC is supporting with a qualification. Our qualification is that we already are working with groups like the Child Poverty Action Group to train officers and activists on universal credit, with some regions like my own in the Northwestern Irish region providing welfare advice services. CEC supports this position and will action in line with resource. Lastly, on motion 252, right to food, the CEC is again supporting this motion with a qualification. The motion rightly highlights the increasing numbers of those in food insecurity in the UK. Part 2 of the National Food Strategy is yet to be published, and reports suggest that this is delayed. However, this may have happened before Congress meets. The qualification is that the review is independent of government, and any recommendations made by the review will not automatically become law. We will continue to work with and support MPs, in particular Ian Byrne MP, who has led on getting this issue on the parliamentary agenda. Therefore, we are asking that Congress adopts all these motions with the qualifications that I explained. Thank you.
The CEC is asking you to support these motions with qualifications, and the London region has already accepted qualification for motion 247 and 248. Does Northwestern Irish accept the one for 252? They do. Thank you for that. We'll go straight to the votes. 247. That's carried. 248. That's carried. And 252. And that's carried. Colleagues, you've done that well this morning. We've been able to bring two motions forward from this afternoon's agenda, and they're on welfare rights, and they're both from the Middle East Coast region, and the motions 249 and 254. And could I have the move of motion 249, Vicky?
Vice President, Congress, Vicky Wass, Midland East Coast region, moving motion 249, benefit tribunal costs, welfare rights. In Midland East Coast region, we are very fortunate to have, with the support of the region, a small but very effective group of retired members who give support and advice to our members on welfare rights. An example that has been brought to our attention is where one of our welfare right advisors was supporting a GMB member, and at the Medical Appeals Tribunal, the judge asked for all the members' medical history records and then went on to adjourn the case. The member's GP refused to give our member his medical records without a significant payment. The member was vulnerable and was using a food bank. The last thing the member needed was to be asked to pay for his medical records, and he simply couldn't afford it. So the GMB got involved and contacted the judge, who had to write to the member's GP and demand the release of the member's medical records free of charge. This is not right, and it is immoral. We therefore call on Congress and the GMB to raise this injustice and to work politically with the GMB Labour-sponsored MPs to get this costly charge removed and abolished for everyone. Please support I Move.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you. Carry on.
Right, okay. Right, Dawn Lovett from Midlands East Coast, President, Vice President, Congress, seconding this motion. I find it very ironic that if this was a case of no win, no fee, then it's ironic that a fee would probably not be asked. And I know from personal experience that when I went through something like that when I was asked to get my medical records for something as serious as what we're discussing now, my GP never charged me, nor the solicitor. And yet here we are discussing an issue, as Vicky correctly demonstrated, of a member that was asked, who's using a food bank, to pay for her own records. Bear in mind that most GPs now have given all their patients access to see their records anyway. But isn't it a travesty in this day and age, bear in mind we're already under austerity measures and we've been ravaged through COVID, that this situation exists? So therefore, it's important that GMB please support this motion, continue to fight for our members with this, and remove this disgusting, embarrassing situation where our members are having to pay for something when they can't even often pay to get food on their tables. Please support this motion.
Move on to 254, and we have Declan.
Hello, Vice President and Congress. Declan Gibbons, Midland and East Coast region, first-time delegate and now a second-time speaker. I'm here to move the motion food banks. When this motion was first drafted in 2019, we had no idea COVID-19 was round the corner. What we did know was that food bank use was at an all-time high. In the year prior to COVID-19, the Trussell Trust provided a then record of 1.9 million supplies to people in crisis. We also learned that more and more people who were working were forced into using them as well. Furlough and redundancies will not have improved these figures. As in the motion, the aim of the Trussell Trust is to end hunger and poverty in the UK. The Trust has drawn up a 5-year strategic plan, which you can find the details of on their website. It's an ambitious plan, and it needs to be, as this is now a crisis. The Trust believes that by working together for change, we can make it achievable. Congress, I move.
Vice President, Congress. Tony L, Midlands and East Coast region, second in motion 254, food banks. We call upon the GMB to support the Trussell Trust campaign to end the use of food banks. As COVID-19 hit, the Trust saw an immediate and sustained surge in need for their food banks. Around half of those people forced to use food banks were doing so for the first time. Levels of need are also forecast to remain high over the coming winter, with 670,000 people forecast to be pushed into destitution. We are clear that food cannot be the answer to people needing food banks. Instead, we need to ensure that everyone has enough money to afford essentials. Whilst it is vital that steps are taken to strengthen national social security, we also need local welfare safety net for times when people are faced into unexpected crises and adverse life events. We need to challenge the structured economic issues that lock people into poverty and campaign to end the need for food banks in the UK. We thank the CEC for supporting this motion and look forward to seeing the GMB lobbying and working with the Labour Party and challenging the government on the weights that people have to receive universal credit, benefit payments that actually cover the cost of living, and invest in local support. I second.
Colleagues, the CEC are supporting both these motions, so we'll go straight to the vote. The first one is 249. That's carried. 254. And that's carried. Colleagues, that concludes our Monday morning session, but we will have a number of important items this afternoon, including guest speakers and the financial report, as well as the General Secretary's report. So can I ask you all to be logged in for 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I now adjourn conference until then. Thank you very much.
Could I please call Congress to order? Delegates, thank you once again for this morning, for your patience and for your good debates. Before we start business, I want to read a solidarity message. We are appalled at the booing by some England fans at the England-Romania match held yesterday evening. The GMB stands in solidarity with all of the England players who continue to take the knee to push the important message that there is no room for racism in sport or society. Black players are applauded and celebrated by these same fans when they score goals, but when the players wish to highlight that racism is unacceptable, they are targeted by this unacceptable racist behaviour. We further condemn the abhorrent abuse that Black pundits Ian Wright and Gabby Agbonlahor has received in speaking out against this. The GMB will continue to challenge racism wherever it raises its ugly head. Our first business is a new report from the Standing Orders Committee. Can we please bring Helen Johnson onto the screen? Oh, no, not onto the, yep.
President, Congress, Helen Johnson, Midland and East Coast Region, SOC Chair, moving SOC Report number 3. The SOC has been informed that the following motions have been withdrawn. Motion 96, a decent living wage, standing in the name of Midland and East Coast Region, and motion 244, section 88, standing in the name of Southern Region. President, Congress, I formally move adoption of report number 3.
Thank you, Helen. I don't think anybody wishes to speak against that standing orders report, so I will take that to the vote. And that report is carried. Thank you. Congress, we will start this afternoon's session with a guest speaker. It is my great pleasure to introduce Deborah Goodman. Deborah is a motivational speaker and author, and she is the great-great-granddaughter of our GMB's founder, Will Thorne. Deborah, you were due to speak in person at our Congress in 2020 in Blackpool, and I'm sorry that it has taken a year longer to get you here than we hoped. But I am delighted that you are able to join us today, and I'm sure that it will be a fascinating speech. But just before Deborah speaks, I would like to report to Congress that Deborah is also the recipient of this year's Eleanor Marks Award. This year is the 5th year we have made this award to recognise outstanding GMB women activists in memory of Eleanor Marks, one of our founders. The award is a brooch and certificate which we'll make arrangements to send to you, Deborah, following Congress. And I know you didn't know that you were getting this, so I'm just going to hold it up, and they promised me that they will be able to zoom in and let you see what you're getting. So the certificate says, there is a world of freedom, beauty, and equality to gain. And I know you'll know where that quote comes from. And the brooch, I think it's also can be used as like a necklace. There's Eleanor Marks, a picture of Eleanor Marks. Wow. Thank you. Deborah, welcome to Congress. And if you'd like to start your speech.
Well, thank you. Wow, I'm blown away. I didn't know about that. Thank you so much. Wow. Okay, so basically at some point in my childhood, I heard that I had a famous ancestor and that he was a politician, a Labour MP for 40 years and the founder of a great union. In future years, I looked him up on the internet. Will Thorne, MP, my great-great-grandfather on my mother's side. And I found that he'd written his autobiography, My Life's Battles, and that it had been republished. And because of this book, my family were able to get a very good picture of how tough life was for our ancestor and of what an incredible, brave and inspirational man he was. After reading the book, my family and I went to London, I've lost my place, and we went to visit the pavilion at Beckton Park, which is named after him. And we went to the house in West Ham where he lived, and then on to Stratford Library, where they showed us masses of information and photographs they had relating to him and his life in politics. It was really an incredible day. And a few years passed, and I joined a public speaking group. And I had the idea to email your London region and ask if I could speak at one of their meetings. It was just a thought, and I didn't really know if anything would come of it. Well, I was invited along to meet Warren Kenny and John Callow, and I literally don't have enough time to tell you how that meeting went. Let's just say, wow, it was incredible. And then I spoke at the London meeting. Wow, again, it was incredible. And my brother Stephen said that it was the first time he'd had a standing ovation just for being born. And I thought that was quite funny. So basically, if it was not for my great-great-grandfather, your union as it is today would not exist, and neither would I. So for this reason, we are linked together by the actions in some way or another of Will Thorne. So I would like to tell you of some of the struggles that he went through, struggles that led him to want to need to change things for the better. I would also like to tell you a bit about my own life's battles and of the courage of Will Thorne's great-granddaughter, who is my mum, Heather, who faced 14 years in prison for standing up for what she believed was right. The Will Thorne blood is definitely in our veins. So let's go back to 1857, when William Thorne was born in a working-class district of Birmingham. His father was a drinker, And he was killed in a fight when Will was just 7 years old. And Will became the main breadwinner of the family. Can you imagine that at 7 years old? Even before that, at 6 years old, he was working long hours for a rope and twine spinner. He worked 12 hours a day on weekdays and 7 hours on Sundays. And he then went to his uncle's barber shop and helped him until 11 p.m. and again on Sundays for 6 hours. And that's about 82 hours a week he was working as a young boy. I mean, I find this hard to imagine, especially as the working conditions were so challenging and desperate at that time. And even though Will worked hard all day, every day, and his mother worked as well, they were still poor. And at the end of the week, all the money and food was gone and they were hungry again. Will's employer wanted to reduce his wages by 2 shillings a week, and so Will went on his first ever strike. And this was a telling start of what was to come. He had various labour-intensive jobs in the next few years where the hours and intensity of the work and the conditions were far from satisfactory, and I think that's an understatement. At 9 years old, he was getting up at 4 in the morning to walk 4 miles to work. He did a 12-hour day of hard labour, and he walked 4 miles back home to eat a scanty meal and to flop into bed exhausted. And he was getting a hump on his back, and his mum put a stop to it, so he was out of work. Heaven only knows how they managed at this time. At 14, he was working at the metalworks. The acid they used badly stung and scarred his hands for life. At 15, he took part in an organised strike, and at 16, he went on his 3rd strike over pay. His 4th strike came whilst he was working at a metal rolling mill. He was taken off the job and replaced by a man who earned 2 shillings more. The man couldn't do the job, and Will was put back on at his previous wage of 2 shillings less than the other man was earning. Can you imagine that, how he felt? And he wrote in his book, "The system that we lived under at the time, the poverty and hardships the workers had to endure, the hard work and long hours, and the tender age at which we were thrown into the industrial battlefield, made us rebels. I was only 15 when I swore that I would do everything in my power to help prevent other children going through the same hardships, misery and suffering that I had to go through." His 5th strike came at 18 years old when he was working for his cousin, a brickmaker. His wages were being reduced, and once again he left. When Will was 18, his mum remarried. His stepdad was a drinker, worse than his dad, with a violent temper, and Will left home. He found work in railway construction, and most of his wages went on food and lodgings, and with very little to spare, but he finally saved up enough for his train fare back to Birmingham. He found a job there hauling bricks, but had to walk 7 miles each way every day. And again, he says in his book, "If you can imagine how I felt after doing a 14-mile walk and a hard day's work handling heavy bricks every day, you can begin to realise what general working conditions were like in those days, before the workers had trade unions strong enough to protect their interests." He worked at the gasworks where the work was hot and very hard. Working 7 days a week meant that at the end of a 2-week shift, he would work 24 hours straight. And Will referred to this as inhuman labour. He gathered the workers together to ask for the abolition of Sunday working. The men were resistant, but Will finally won them round. He was very persistent. He threatened the management with a mass walkout, and finally, after some consideration, Sunday working at the gasworks was abolished. He learned during this dispute the absolute necessity of workers to form a union. There were many struggles for him in trying to persuade the men, and he nearly gave up. Thank God he didn't. As I read his autobiography, I was drawn into the story of terrible hardship and unfairness of this young lad's life. And at the same time, I was astounded by his courage and spirit, and I felt extremely proud of my ancestor. He was a boy with an unbeatable spirit and a sense of justice so strong and knowing of what is right and wrong from such a young age, with great strength and courage, that he could not fail to act upon that burning passion with him to fight for what was right for himself and his fellow workers. In the 1880s, he moved his wife and 3 children down to London. He attended different political meetings, mixing with influential people. And they started to hold public meetings, and Will talks about the fights that broke out as exciting scenes. There was a great deal of unrest at this time and massive unemployment. Many women and children were literally starving, and Will and his friends would visit shops to get bread and ingredients to make soup for them. It seems to me like my great ancestor was a very kind, heart-centered man. The despair of the workers and the selfishness and greed of the employers just caused the unrest to grow stronger. 2 attempts were made by others to form a union of gas workers and general labourers, but both failed because the men were too afraid of losing their jobs. But Will did not give up hope. He was an uneducated man, but he had learned a lot, and he had great powers of persuasion. He spoke of unity and said that simple justice was their right. He was threatened with the sack, and even though he had a wife and children to look after, this did not deter him from his cause. In 1889, the union was formed. At the first meeting, 800 people signed up. News spread like wildfire. Everyone was talking about the union. Within 2 weeks, they had over 3,000 members, and within 6 months, membership had reached over 20,000 people. The dockers wanted to join the union, but the union couldn't take them on. The men were battling for work tickets, and some were crushed to death in the struggle to get a ticket for a few hours' work. Can you imagine that? Men were literally dying of starvation. Something drastic needed to be done. Will appealed to the dockers to form their own union and then refuse en masse to go to work. Every single man voted to strike, and that was the beginning of the Great Dock Strike in 1889. Will was working harder than ever. He was addressing meetings day and night for both unions, and it seemed to me that he would have very little time for family life. For saying that, he was married 4 times because he outlived his first 3 wives. I'm a descendant from his first wife, Harriet Hallam. They had 6 children, the eldest of which was my great-grandfather, William Hewitt Thorne. William Hewitt had 3 girls, one of which was my nan, Frances. And sadly, William Hewitt was killed at war when my nan was just 3 years old. My nan, Will Thorne's granddaughter, had 4 children, one of which was my mum, Heather. And my mum had 5 children, of which I am the youngest. I hope you could follow that. And my family has had great battles of its own. So when I was 8 years old, my father was diagnosed with a neurological condition called Huntington's disease. Huntington's disease is a very cruel and complex condition. It's like having motor neurone disease, Parkinson's, depression, and Alzheimer's all rolled into one. There is no effective treatment and still no cure. Huntington's disease is hereditary, which meant that me and my 4 siblings all had a 50% risk of developing the condition later in life. That's a 1 in 2 chance. There was no test available back then, and we all grew up under a big black cloud of fear and doubt. Over the next 10 years, we watched the slow decline of our father in a psychiatric hospital. My dad died when I was 17 years old. He was just 44. 2 of my brothers went on to develop the disease. My brother Philip died from the usual causes of the illness after suffering for many years. My other brother Nigel was an independent man, and he didn't want to live in a care home or a hospital, slowly declining, and ended up trapped in a body that could do nothing for him. He tried to starve and drink himself to death and was admitted on several occasions to the psychiatric hospital until he decided that enough was enough. He knew that he had a slow decline ahead of him, and he chose not to continue. He didn't want a violent or lonely death, so he asked my mum to be with him when he died. My mum is a very compassionate and very brave lady. She helped him to end his life in a peaceful and loving way. She knew that she could get up to 14 years imprisonment for aiding and abetting his suicide. That was far from her mind at the time. Her heart was full of love and compassion for her son. She was charged first with murder, which was lessened, thankfully, to a charge of aiding and abetting a suicide, which she pleaded guilty for because that's what she had done. Thankfully, the judge at the Old Bailey said that she had suffered enough and he did not send her to prison. He gave her a year's conditional discharge. It was a very difficult time for everyone. At 37 years old, I myself had a major meltdown. After dealing with depression, suicidal thoughts, and years of negative thinking, I just couldn't access that strength anymore. And when I did manage to pull myself out of it, for the first time since I was 8 years old, I could actually see a future ahead of me. And I wanted to do something meaningful to help others too. I left my corporate job and I retrained as a holistic therapist. I did some fundraising. I raised over £20,000 for the Huntington's Disease Association. And in doing so, I trekked the Great Wall of China, the Inca Trail, and I summited Mount Kilimanjaro. And I would not recommend that to anybody. 9 years ago, I myself published my own book about my life's battles before I even knew about Will Thorne's book. And it's on Amazon, if anyone wants to read it, my story. Only it has a different title. It's called Hummingbird. And the more I learned about Will Thorne, as I read his book, the more I saw his attributes of courage and strength in my own family. My mum had 5 children to bring up when my dad was sick, and she worked hard to keep the house and family together. She had numerous jobs and life was tough, but I never once, this is true, ever heard her complain, even though she knew that some of her children were likely to develop this dreadful incurable disease. It was a ticking time bomb. She had the courage and strength to do what she thought was right, even though she faced imprisonment, and she held her head up high, inspiring others to speak out for change in the law. My mum became a patron of Dignity in Dying, an organisation that campaigns for a change in the law on assisted dying, and has given many media talks and interviews to raise awareness of Huntington's disease and the assisted dying bill, so that dying people can have a choice at the end of life to die with dignity if they so choose. Will Thorne's battles came to an end when he was 88 years old. He died of a heart attack at home. But through the GMB union, his legacy lives on, and I am thankful to you, the people of the union, for carrying on his work and for continuing to remember and honour this incredible man, my great-great-grandfather, the founder of your union. Thank you.
Here in person, we had a proper congress where we could give you the ovation you deserve. Thank you so much for that fascinating history of Will Thorne, who understood the importance of the collective power of workers, but also that very personal story of your own family and your mum. I've had the privilege of meeting you and your mum and your brother. I hope we can meet again soon. Thank you so much. And just look out in the post for the certificate and the brooch. Thank you, Deborah. Congress, we will now welcome our second guest speaker, Keir Starmer, leader of the Labour Party. Keir has been a steadfast supporter of GMB during the British gas dispute, and you may have seen him recently speaking movingly about his family and early life. Keir, it is a great privilege to welcome you to Congress. hopefully he'll be joining us very, very soon. Okay, just might be issues with Wi-Fi at Parliament, that's the problem. We're going to try again. Fingers crossed. We're trying one more time. Third time lucky, hopefully. Maybe if we can't get Keir live, maybe he could video something and we could show it as a video later on. Would that be possible? Yeah? Yeah, okay. In that case, I'm really sorry, but we will get Keir in some form with us. But that takes us on to item 5, which is the Finance Congress. We now move on to the debate on the annual finance statement, including the CEC rule amendments and the financial report to Congress. I'll explain the procedures for this debate because I need to be clear and it is a bit convoluted. First, financial motions and rule amendments submitted by regions will be heard. I will then call the General Secretary to move the finance report and proposal, including the revised CEC rule amendments 5 and 6, which you have received by email. Gary will also respond to rule amendments and motions on behalf of the CEC. Each regional delegation will then be invited to speak on the financial proposals. If the financial proposals are approved, then motions and rule amendments that stand in opposition to the report will fall. Regional motions that do not stand in opposition to the report will be voted on individually. Congress will now debate rule amendments containing financial proposals from regions. First, we have Rule Amendment 268, and I have Alan Law down to speak from London Region, please. Alan?
Thank you.
Brilliant. Oh, yeah, we can see you.
President, Congress, Alan Law, London Region, moving Rule Amendment 268 in line with Rules 45 and 46. Over the past 18 months, life has changed for most of us. Unfortunately, not for the better. A huge number of members are being made redundant. Also, many more members are being furloughed. When we have our virtual regional meeting, we can see how the memberships are dropping like a stone. People are being lost and carry on with it, excuse me, with their membership. They simply can't afford it. GMB members have been financially stretched for whatever reason over the years. They are now unable to pay their membership fees. Lots of us work hard to make this a great union. The support that each member is allowed to give needs to be the highest level, whatever grade they are paid. A member cannot hold office if they don't hold a grade 1 membership. So we are discriminated against our own members in our own union. Some would like to hold office but cannot because they cannot afford it and the union won't allow it. The rules need to be brought up to the 21st century so that they support all disabilities in life. Stop discriminating against our members. Let's make this union one to be a proud member of. Change the appropriate rules to allow all members to hold any office. If it helps serve our members, think of all the experience our union will gain by letting a member who wants to hold office just do that. Let's help and support our members. Let's stop discriminating against our members because of finances. I was made redundant in April 2020 and I'm still paying a grade 1 membership. I was also offered a life membership for the number of years I've been a full member, as I believe I can help make a difference, but I shouldn't have to pay to do it. I move.
Thank you, Alan. And the region are formally seconding, so I can move to Rule Amendment 271 and Jan Smith to move. Jan, if you'd like to move the motion 271, Rule Amendment 271. Just trying to call her back in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're on, Jan.
You're on, Jan. Right. Okay. Jan, President Congress. Jan Smith, London Region. Move and Rule Amendment 2A71 on qualifying for office. Congress, our branch wanted to change the qualifying period for funeral benefit, but in order to do this, we have been victim of this year's limit on how many motions and rule amendments a branch can submit. We have to change both Rule 48.1 and Rule 53.1 to make the rule book consistent. So you will hear from me twice. This Rule Amendment 2A71 is calling for the qualifying period to be reduced for all benefits from 5 years to 3 years. Our reasoning is that the average time members stay in the union is 2 to 3 years. So reducing this qualifying period would open...
No, we're losing you, Jan. We think Jan's got two devices going, which is why we're getting the feedback. We will try her again. If not, could we just make sure London Region are going to move and second that formally, please? Rule Amendment 271. Maybe you could let the policy team know. Yep. Okay. We're also down to take Rule Amendment 272, which is also Jan to talk. So again, they're formally. We're just going to. Yep. So Rule Amendment 272 is formally moved and seconded. Thank you. We now have motions that contain financial proposals. First, we have motion 28 on membership fees, and I have Kathy Holland down to move, and London Region have agreed to formally second. Kathy.
Hello. Yep, I'm here.
You're on, Kathy.
Right. I'd just like everybody to know I have this book. My Life's Battles by Will Thorne. A great book. Anyway, yeah, Kathy Holland, moving motion 28. Essex Public Services. Hello, everybody. I know maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm going to. Please tell Keir that the government would be doing wrong to stop the money going to the poorer nations. Sorry, I know I shouldn't say it, but I feel I need to. But anyway, getting back to the motion. It's motion 28. The Congress agrees it is now time for a change in GMB contributions structure, especially as we have seen many members leave this year. And all who know me know that has been a recurring motion of mine for many years, since I support all low-paid workers and very low-paid workers and school staff. GMB needs to be a union choice of all workers across all sectors. Therefore, Congress instructs the CEC to look at this issue with a view to implementing a more modern contribution structure. As someone on low pay can often tell me they cannot afford to pay for their subs. I move.
Thank you, Kathy. And London Region have agreed to formally second, so we can go to motion 30 from Yorkshire North Derbyshire. Hashim to move and Dave to second.
Afternoon, President. Afternoon, Congress. And welcome, Gary. Hashim Equiano, Yorkshire North Derbyshire Region, presenting motion 30, adversity support funding. Congress, just imagine working for many years, not having a day off sick. Over the years, you're happily meeting up with friends, family and colleagues, enjoying your job, not having any debts and paying your bills on time. Then imagine, Congress, your world comes crushing down on you. Congress, you are stuck with an illness that leaves you incapacitated, unable to work or do anything you took for granted. You end up being dependent on family, friends, and even have to turn to loan companies. This incapacity could lead to long-term sickness of a member who eventually goes on to half pay and then some go on to no pay. In some cases, it could lead to termination of contract due to ill health. And if you are self-employed or on 0-hour contract, you may not even receive sick pay. The member starts to get themselves in debt, unable to pay their mortgage, council tax or energy bills, and some occasions unable to put food on their table and relying on food banks. We do recognise that a branch would cover a member's membership when they fall into no pay, but who covers the rest of their bills and puts food on their table? It has been known that some other unions have a hardship fund. When it comes to members' sickness, it's sign that GMB has one too. Over the last 12 months, GMB, like other unions, have lost members due to the pandemic. Where our members know that one of the benefits of being in GMB is financial support when they are sick, that would be a great incentive. This is especially beneficial when any of our members are self-employed or 0-hour contract, and that should exist. Who remembers that song? What have you done for me lately? Well, I want to say GMB has. A quote from one of our members saying, giving someone financial help is such an adversity. Giving someone financial help is such an adversity is actually worth more than money and could restore people who have been let down by the system they're working. What our member is trying to say is that GMB, what our member is trying to say is let GMB give the members some support where they haven't before. Congress, what I am asking is not for GMB to take on a member's financial circumstances, but for GMB to have an hardship fund, one-off payment, which will help a member when things are rough after they go through a qualifying membership period. Not everyone would need this, and not everybody will need that support. Congress, I ask you to move this motion.
Thank you, Hashim. And Dave Berry to second.
Thank you, President. Dave Berry, Yorkshire and North Derbyshire region, second in motion 30. Congress, 2 years ago, when the Sheffield office moved, we discovered over 100 years of GMB archives. And alongside that, we found an even older union, the Butchers, Blades and Scissor Sharpeners Union, going back to 1830. Among those records were 12 huge ledgers setting out benefits for members, a health fund, a housing fund, a hardship fund. It was quite clear at that time that the union was the welfare state. Thankfully, we abandoned those times, and the NHS is thankful to the Tredegar Miners Health Association. But the welfare state at the moment is failing, and this motion doesn't seek to replace the motions on rebuilding that welfare state that we heard this morning. As I say, I live in Sheffield. 3 years ago, I began donating to our local food bank, a small room in a church at the bottom of the hill. It fed 20 families a week. It now owns a warehouse, covers the whole of Sheffield, and feeds 1,000 members a week, 25% in work, including GMB members. This is the hardship that some of our members fall into, and we ask the CEC to look at this as an issue to try and bridge that gap until the welfare state can be restored. It's too big to be tackled at a branch level. It's something we should do as a union to retain and help our activists. I thank you and ask you to support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, David. That takes us to motion 32 from Midland and East Coast. Ben, are you the mover of this motion?
I am the mover, yeah.
Yeah. Cheers.
Ben Cook, moving motion 32, branch accounts. The CEC are asking us to withdraw this motion. As a region, we are not withdrawing. I'm a branch secretary, and let me tell you, it's a lot of responsibility looking after members' money. And as a branch secretary, you have to do a lot. And branch finances is one of the key things that makes you scratch your head from time to time. And as a branch secretary, you generally, as a rule, you're left to run your branch on your own. The accounting system is complex and it's confusing, and it needs simplifying so that our branches can run more efficiently. Like I said before, it's a lot of our free time goes into being a branch secretary, but and the finances is a very time-consuming job, and we have to balance jobs and families as well on top of that. And after all, it's members' money, and they deserve to access it if it's needed as swiftly and as soon as possible. I move.
Thank you, Ben. And is that Tony to second?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
President Congress, Tony L, Midlands and East Coast region, second in motion 32, branch accounts. The sentiment of this motion is trying to support the use of online branch accounts and to develop it further with appropriate technical support. As Ben said, the CEC have asked this motion to be withdrawn on the basis of the majority of users are currently active on the system, but this is not about how many people use it, it's about how easy it is for branches to use. We are asking for the branch account system to be developed to make it more user-friendly. We are now in an age when a lot of people utilise online banking, online shopping with ease, and those systems are developed in order that the end user has the best experience. There are national systems that are available to support the union. The fact that 76% of branches use the online system is not a reflection of the ease of the use, but the fact that it is available, irrespective of how the users find the system. In today's environment, of course, people choose this option of how to do things, and we support an element of the CEC's stance that regarding the environment, which is absolutely what we need to do. We want to work with national colleagues to encourage the other 24% of branches that are not using the system, and we'll be happy to set up a small group to look at how we can make it more user-friendly and input from the appropriate digital experts. Branches who are using the system may think it's even better when it's simplified. So actually, let's aim for 100% utilisation. I would urge the other regions to support this motion. Please be assured that we are wanting to support the use of the online system, but we just want to make it better for everybody. I second.
Thank you, Tony. And finally, we have motion 37, and I ask Wayne to move.
Thank you, Madam President. President Congress, Wayne Oswick, London Region, moving motion 37 on the National Drivers Fund. CSC seeking to withdraw. Firstly, could I remind Congress that trade union membership in the UK has risen for the 4th year in a row. So the GMB needs to embrace this, and we continue to find ways to attract and retain our members. You will know that GMB initiated, led and followed through a great victory in the Supreme Court, winning all our demands against the international conglomerate Uber, despite what others may have claimed. Uber and GMB have now signed an agreement which recognises our union and enables us to represent our members across the country, opening up the union to some 90,000 new members. This great victory should be celebrated and promoted as such. Congress, the current position is that some regions operate a drivers fund that provides support to the drivers in a variety of situations. This varies from region to region and leads to different treatment and a view amongst driver members of inequality. This is not sustainable. We have thousands of members who drive for a living, such as our local authorities, aviation, Uber, Bolt, Hermes, Yodel, Bidford, Asda, Best Food, and Wincanton, to name but a few. Having a solid option in addition to Union Line is not only pragmatic, it's proportionate. Furthermore, our presence in the precarious gig economy is growing. We need to use our Uber success to raise our profile amongst this group of professionals by setting up a National Drivers Fund to assist and retain members. Based on one union principle, we are asking for the centralisation national scheme to be adopted for the benefit of all GMB members UK-wide. Sister unions offer national schemes to their members. Why not the GMB? We cannot be a union with regions that are haves and not haves. This won't cost that much to implement. The current scheme costs in one region case is just 84p a month. Administration costs of the scheme can be kept to a minimum by a National Office Administrator. Congress, I've suffered at parking costs through an unscrupulous parking company when I represented someone recently. I wasn't aware there was such a drivers fund possible. So Congress, we have heard why we need this national fund. You will hear the CEC say no to change, but if you want to rebuild and renew GMB, vote for this motion. A vote for this motion is a vote for membership growth, one union, one vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. And the region has agreed to formally second, so thank you. I will now call on Gary Smith, General Secretary and Treasurer, to move the finance report and proposals to Congress, including CEC rule amendments, and respond to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, President Congress. This afternoon, I'm charged with speaking on a series of important financial matters. First, I want to present the Union's financial statements for the year ended December 31, 2020, and answer written questions. Then I will be proposing acceptance of the CEC's financial proposals for the coming year. Finally, I will be responding to motions 28, 30, 32 and 37, and to rule amendment motions 268, 271 and 272. First, a question or the question on the accounts from Ian Burkett from Midlands and East Coast Region. And Ian, thank you for your kind words for myself. Ian asks, as a former GMB General Member Auditor, I was very concerned to read in the press and see on social media that over £2 million has allegedly been spent on GMB credit cards at National between 2016 and 2020. Will you, as GMB Treasurer, confirm that this alleged spend is either untrue or was spent on GMB authorised business, and provide a full detailed report back to the CEC and to regions in due course? Thanks for that, Ian. I'm not sure if the question is actually one on the accounts, and I would remind Congress that our accounts are signed off by our internal member auditors and our external auditors. And as Congress will know, I was only elected on Thursday, so it's difficult for me to give the personal assurances you seek. The CEC, however, and our Acting General Secretary at the time, Warren Kenny, did take action over credit cards, including ordering additional audit work on national credit card spending. We should also be sceptical about much of what appears in the press and on social media. But there is an important principle at stake, and I do appreciate that, Ian. And I will get a full brief in the coming days and report back in due course. And Ian, in Congress, I can assure you that in my tenure as General Secretary, we will bring about change in the culture of this organisation. Some of that was highlighted in the Moynihan report. And I will build on the work of the CEC and our Acting General Secretary, and in due course, I will say a bit more about cost control. Congress 2020 was a hugely difficult year for GMB and our members in so many ways. And financially, it was unusual. There was a very serious deterioration in our membership numbers. The very serious deterioration in the membership numbers we feared, thankfully, did not materialise in the way that we first feared. But we cannot escape that our financial membership is in decline, and it is a growing threat to our union. Now, in 2020, our income was up 1.5% on the previous year. In terms of costs, the CEC did take preemptive action by instituting a freeze on recruitment for GMB jobs. But most of the savings on our budgets were forced on us by the lockdown. As a result, the operating surplus in the accounts is above £8 million. Investments have also performed well, and I am pleased to say that the union's pension fund is now in substantial surplus for the first time in more than 20 years, a fact which should ease the burden on the union's finances in the years to come. Our figures are currently strong, and the CEC is now making provision for Union Line to move into profit. There has been change in the Union Line business, and we will need to continue to work on Union Line to ensure that the profits anticipated are realised. The net assets of the union now stand at £121 million, which, if we take the right steps going forward, will provide us with a firm base for the fight ahead. But colleagues, and I say this to you in all candour, we are going to have to change. The pandemic has been and will continue to be a huge challenge for our union. But there is a deeper malaise, and when we exclude retired life members, we now have around 480,000 paying members in the union. That is the lowest level of financial membership in living memory. Our focus over the past 5 years, I have to tell you, has too often been wrong. We moved away from our focus on industrial campaigning and our organising policy, GMB at work. Congress, we will recover and we will restore our union and with it our finances. But it will mean us refocusing and properly prioritising on campaigning and building the union. I will be working with the CEC to examine everything we spend, challenge it and cut it if it doesn't fit with our priorities. And that applies right across the union. Now, I know we cannot cut our way out of the challenges we face. And I am clear we need to support and invest in our loyal and dedicated staff. And I want to protect frontline support for our members. But we need to use our members' money better, be prudent, be disciplined, and absolutely clamp down on excess, largesse and waste wherever we find it. Colleagues, the financial proposals sent out ahead of Congress summarise the current position and make a series of changes dealing with some of the motions and rule changes from branches. The CEC recommends an increase in funeral benefit of 7%, which is in line with long-standing policy, although we do not agree that shortening the qualification period is right or appropriate. We also recommend the change to the political fund levy, which protects the political fund following Tory attacks. But I do give notice that our spending on politics, like everything else, will be subject to overall budget review. There will be no blank cheques to political parties or politicians. And I want our CEC to consider carrying out impact assessments before we make commitments on political spending. And again, we can look at this as part of any financial review. I said a moment ago that we need our resources directed into organising, investing in our future and delivering for our members. Not increasing contributions, as the paper says, cuts across long-held Congress policy, and it does pose risks. I know this, but I also know that we can run our union at a cost which is affordable to our members and future members, whilst investing in our staff, activists, and improving support to our members. Former General Secretary Paul Kenny used to say, there are three levers we can pull on our finances. One, we grow the membership. Two, we cut costs. And three, we put up the subs. The truth is, we have failed to grow and we have failed to properly manage our costs. And we have been too reliant for too long on putting up subs. So Congress, following my election on Thursday, I sought the CEC's agreement on Saturday to an amendment to the proposed financial rule changes. The changes now confirm the necessary increase made by the CEC in 2020. But as I promised before and during the election process, I have now agreed with the CEC that we will not be asking for an increase in contributions in 2021. Contributions will stay as they are now. And I want to be very clear, Congress. It's been said that this could be seen as a gimmick. It's not. Managing our members' hard-earned money properly, focusing on how we spend our money, financial discipline and prudence are here to stay. With that amendment, I urge you to agree the financial proposals and rule changes. Now, turning to the motions, the CEC is asking for the withdrawal of motion 28 on changed contribution structures. But, as I've alluded to, in future nothing can or will be off the table. We ask you to refer motion 30, which proposes a big financial welfare function for the Union, so that the CEC can consider this in a bit more detail. We are seeking withdrawal of motion 32 on branch accounts. What is needed is more branch accounting to be done online, as only then can we properly review and develop our systems. Motion 37 seeks to establish a national drivers fund. Now, we are seeking withdrawal as regions have built up and designed their funds to suit their own needs, and we don't want to cut across that. But particularly with Uber in mind, we are consulting on how best drivers funds can be deployed and the benefits augmented, so that there can be an offering across the whole of our union. On the rule changes, Rule Amendment 268, this seeks to reverse the principle that if you hold office in GMB, you should pay the appropriate contributions, and the CEC asked for withdrawal. But Alan, I did note this point in your contribution. You don't have to pay full rate. As I understand it, you could be paying a part-time rate or indeed a promotional rate, and I hope you will discuss that within the region. On Rule Amendment 271 and 272, which want to amend the amount and qualification for funeral benefit, we ask for withdrawal in favour of the financial proposals. Congress, by executing financial discipline, by being focused on our spending, and by getting our membership growing again, we will build a better and stronger union. Congress, please accept the annual financial statements and amended financial proposals. I move.
Thank you, Gary. And could I ask Malcolm from the CEC to second those CEC rule amendments, please?
Seconded, President.
Thank you. I will now call regions to contribute to the debate. And I'll just take them as being indicated on the queue. Some regions don't seem to have put forward a speaker. So the first speaker is Kevin Flanagan, North Western Irish Region.
Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Conference. Kevin Flanagan, North Western Irish Region, speaking in support of the financial paper. Gary, that was a strong speech. We believed it was right this year not to raise the subs. We felt strongly that while our members have suffered, it is only right that we also take some of that pain as a movement. You're absolutely right. It is about where we put the money, how we get that money, and how we put it to good use for the grassroots of this movement. We'll support you in that. But most importantly of all, the resources of this movement must be used to strengthen and to enable it to be a campaigning and forthright union. This year alone, I believe we spent over £3 million in supporting gas workers in order to take the battle to the front line. The priority has to be that we build a movement that is strong financially, that is robust, but most important is transparent, that we know where the money's spent, that it is held accountable by the CEC, and we are able to hold our heads up in front of our members. We do not want any backdoor deals or any expenditure that is not known about by the members. That's the minimum standard. So we're happy to support you in the battle to ensure that we get the right money. And I'd just like to say thanks to the GMB for putting the money forward for the lifelong learning agenda. So crucial at this time. Different regions have used it in different ways, and I applaud North Western Irish Region for the way it is used and retain the learning agenda as a service to the members. Right choices, right times with the money when it's required. That's what our finances are for. That's why the membership give it you, and a campaigning organisation like the GMB will attract members if we campaign. Congress, I support the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Could Wales or Southern Scotland or Midlands just let us know if you do want to put forward a speaker? If not, I'm going to go to Jan Smith now from London Region.
Hello, Congress, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's much better,
Can
Jan. Yes.
Okay. As I apologise before, but I had already got one of the computers switched off. But anyhow, Jan Smith, London Region, President Congress, speaking in support of the CEC report. Although we understand the difficult decisions the CEC made last year, the 10p and 5p increase was hard to swallow, even though tougher having to explain to our low-paid members facing redundancies or financial difficulties due to pandemic. We welcome you, Gary, the new General Secretary, starting as you mean to go on and freezing contributions. We know this will be difficult and we will all need to tighten our belts. Gary, our region still wants you to carry out a full review of our contribution structures to make us fairer and more attractive to our low-paid workers. This is normally rejected each year, but we hope that you will honour your pledge to reduce the cost of being a GMB member and include regions as part of the consultation exercise. We have some great ideas of what would work to ensure equality, fairness for all. Can we also ask the CEC to look at what we can do for those members and reduce contributions? We are pleased to see a modest increase to the funeral benefit, but Gary, this does not go far enough. In the 10 years, the rate has only increased by 75p, 75 pound, and that the cost of funeral has risen by 120 pound, 20%. I'm getting myself muddled now. Bearing in mind, in saying that, last year we didn't have a conference and therefore it wasn't increased in 2020. Finally, we are disappointed that the qualifying period has not changed from 3 years to make all our benefits available to more members and be a real retention and recruitment initiative. Can I add, in the booklet or in the report, it says funeral benefit is for the benefit for long-standing members. Can I say, are we not all beneficial to the funeral benefit, and therefore 3 years would make it be more beneficial? We are all important to the GMB. So I'm appealing to you, Gary, please can you look at this and possibly do something about it like you have on your reduced contributions. Taking this on board, London support these financial proposals. I move.
Thank you, Jan. I'm glad you're able to get on this time. And from Yorkshire, North Derbyshire, John Stevenson.
Congress, can you hear me?
You're a bit loud, actually. If you could, or no, we can do it at this end. So yeah,
That's
you're fine,
fine.
John.
That's fine. John Stevenson, Yorkshire and North Derbyshire. This region supports the finance report. It's frees on subs, welcomes the full root and branch review of all costs. But that needs to also look at how subs are generated, how we do it. Other unions do it differently. I'm not saying they're right, but it needs reviewing. But it also needs to be remembered that everything that we as a union do costs. We've heard some great motions this week, and these motions have actually incurred cost. We have to look at what we're going to do, what it costs, and how we do it. It becomes imperative that once this review is complete and being fully undertaken and costed, its outcomes are communicated to all regions as soon as possible. Yorkshire and North Derbyshire support. I move.
And from Midlands and East Coast, Yvonne.
President, Congress, Yvonne Davidson, Midland and East Coast region, first time delegate, second time speaker. Initially, Midland and East Coast region were going to vote against this report. We raised concerns that we have all had a difficult year, well, just over a year, due to the pandemic, and yet again the Tory government are using public sector workers to balance their books and pay for the pandemic through freezes in pay rises. And I'm sure other employees will follow suit and blame the pandemic and being unable to afford pay rises for our members. if we'd have raised the GMB subscriptions, it would have been a position where my members would have looked at whether or not they pay into the union or whether they put food on the families' tables, because that's how bad it is. We welcome the rule amendment to the CAC special report, Financial Proposals for Congress 2021, and thanks to the CEC members for looking at this report again and not members raising members' subscriptions this year. And we fully support the remainder of the report. Other unions are also have a wage banding, which helps the lower paid workers, and I hope we can also look at introducing this in our union as well. Thank you very much.
There are no other speakers from any other regions lined up, so we'll now take a vote on the financial report proposals to Congress and CEC rule amendments. And that report is carried. Thank you. So because that report has been carried, Rule Amendment 271, Rule Amendment 272 and Motion 28 fall. But we will have to move on to the votes on the other rule amendments and motions. So bear with me because I want to get this absolutely right. Okay, so the remaining ones are Rule Amendment 268, Motion 30, Motion 32, and Motion 37. So in regards to Rule Amendment 268, does London Region agree to withdraw? No. Okay, in that case, the CEC will be opposing it. Motion 30, I know that you've agreed to refer, so that doesn't need to go to a vote. Motion 32, I think Midlands and East Coast have already indicated they're not going to withdraw. And motion 37, does London Region agree to withdraw? No. Okay, so I'll have to put all those to the vote, but the CEC are asking you to oppose. So vote on Rule Amendment 268. That has been lost. Motion 32. That has also been lost, and motion 37. And that has also been lost. Thank you. Congress will now be adjourned for a 15-minute comfort break, and so please can you be locked back in and ready to continue at whatever that time is after now. Half past, Malcolm tells me, or just after half past maybe. Okay, and then we'll take on employment policy, rights at work, 84, 85, 91 and 93.
Welcome back, colleagues. We'll now start this second part on employment rights. Congress, you have a motion 1 to 8 marked on your programme, but that motion has been withdrawn. So we therefore move straight on to the rights of work, starting with motion 84, the statutory sick pay. And can Robert Wheeler move and Adrian to second for the London region?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, okay, Robert.
President, Vice President, Congress, good afternoon. Robert Wheeler, London region, first time delegate, first time speaker, moving motion 84 on SSP. Congress, one of the greatest scandals in British workplaces is low pay, but an even greater scandal is low pay and inadequate sick pay, or in some cases, no sick pay at all. Statutory sick pay is one of the greatest offender in this respect, as workers earning less than £120 a week are not even entitled to SSP. Sick pay is low and falling. This year increase saw the benefit rise to £96.35 a week, an increase of 50p a week. This is totally unacceptable at a time when the coronavirus pandemic is making life almost impossible for workers, many of whom are being plunged into poverty or forced to come into work when ill. Sick pay is forcing people into hardship. Many workers are unable to feed their families as the miserly increase from the government is below inflation, making it hard to pay bills. Congress, this government doesn't care about workers. There was no mention of any changes in the Queen's speech. In fact, there was no reference with anything relating employment rights. Sick pay riddled with inequalities. The TUC report on sick pay issued in February said that white, black, and minority ethnic employees are likely as white employees to receive only SSP. BME employees are more likely to receive no sick pay at all, 12% compared to 9%. Less likely to receive full sick pay, 53% compared to 58%. Young workers are more likely to receive only SSP, and young workers and older workers are most likely to receive no sick pay at all. The report also points out that a fifth of workers have been forced to self-isolate but unable to work at home have received no sick pay at all. This is a disgrace, and it is now clear that we need to organize a campaign to stop employers giving workers unacceptable sick pay increases or none, and force our colleagues to continue working when they are frequently too unwell to do so. It is time to unite against this scandal and to force the employers to provide fair sick pay to all and to defeat COVID pandemic, which is saving employers a fortune while making life miserable for our work colleagues and their families. Congress, let us all agree this action and vote for motion 84.
Thank you, Robert. Adrian.
Vice President, Madam President, Congress, Adrian Storr, Braintree and Brocken Branch, London Region, first time delegate, second in motion 84. As the mover outlined, statutory sick pay is paid by the government, but you need to earn a minimum amount to qualify, and if you are part-time or have other work patterns, you may not qualify. Let us remind ourselves it was the unions who fought for the sick pay during the pandemic, and the London region had some groundbreaking victories in the NHS. We highlighted that millions of vulnerable workers put their lives at risk to keep the country afloat, and their only choice when they fell ill was to rely on statutory sick pay. Some did become sick, and £96.35 is how they repaid them, as they suffered COVID and mental health issues. Even the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, said wasn't enough to live on. And we all know about those Tory handshakes that took place. The public knows the true value of our frontline essential workers who kept us safe at a cost of their own health, keeping our country moving, and this is all they can cough up with when someone is sick. people cannot go off sick because they are left to decide if that will be enough to pay their rent, feed their children, or would they face getting their electric cut off. It's time this government woke up and started paying proper sick pay for all, especially those paid workers on living wage the same. We are GMB and we fight for all. Congress, I second this motion.
Thank you. Sarah to move and Terry to second on motion 85. When you're ready, Sarah.
Thank you. Vice President, Congress, Sarah James, Birmingham and West Midlands region. Congress, imagine struggling with pain on a daily basis, not being able to concentrate at home or at work fully, worried about making mistakes or letting people down, and not being able to live your life to its fullest or undertake normal daily duties without the need of regular rest, medication, or putting on a brave face around those nearest to you. Now consider struggling with all of these concerns and add the threat of potentially losing your job if you have time off to recover following major surgery to rectify or alleviate these health issues. Congress, this is the reality for many of our members in the workplace, those who have been waiting sometimes years for surgery, whether it be joint replacements, gynecological surgeries or transplants to name but a few. And then there are also those who have to undergo emergency major surgery at short notice and then may have to spend a period of time in rehabilitation, an issue that is hampered as the need is greater than the number of rehab centres across the country. So you have the physical and mental trauma to deal with, then you are hit with a letter from your employer calling you to a meeting where you are told that your absence is not acceptable to the organisation. Employers are using sickness management, capability or even disciplinary procedures as a tool to manage people out of the workplace rather than supporting them when they need it most, and is something GMB reps are seeing more and more, and dependent on the situation could even be deemed discriminatory under the Equality Act 2010. For many, the extremely stressful situation leading to major surgery is exacerbated by these policies and can hinder the recovery of the individual. However, as is clearly stipulated, these recovery timescales are a guide and should not be taken as set in stone. And as we know, we are not carbon copies of each other, but do not recover at the same speed. Congress, such accounts as the two I am about to set out, put all what I have said into reality. A worker suffering with gynecological issues for many years, which impacted on their ability to have 100% attendance level at work, required a hysterectomy. This surgery would rectify the condition and once recovered would allow them to live a happy life. And this should have been welcomed by our member, but they were more worried about losing a job they had done for over 20 years than the actual surgery. Rather than supporting this worker, the employer tried to dismiss them after 16 weeks as this was in their sickness policy. Another member having to have surgery to relieve a condition impacting on their back as an office worker also had the same impact. And like the first case I spoke of, the member was more worried about their job. Congress, in what world do we live that workers are more worried about losing their jobs than having surgery that allows them to live their lives free from pain? I'm pleased to report that in both these cases, GMB reps argued the cases successfully. But how many employers have not done the right thing by their workforce? How many employers have not used discretion but followed policies blindly? And ultimately, how many of our members have lost their jobs as a result of undergoing major surgery? Congress, we call upon you to support our motion, calling for a campaign to support our members when undergoing major operations.
Sarah, you're nearly a minute over now. Can you just move your...
I am, yeah. To raise awareness that guidance is just that, a guide to challenge unfair...
Sarah, just move your motion. Just say I move,
and to call
please.
out employers who discipline members for taking time to recover. Congress, I move.
Can we have the seconder, Terry?
Yes, we can indeed. So President, Vice President, Congress. Terry Dingley, first time speaker and first time Congress. Birmingham, West Midlands region, second in motion 85. Congress, it is very troubling that companies have introduced sickness policies that on the face of it promote care and compassion, but all too often they turn into management tools of oppression, conflict and coercion that leaves our members feeling bullied and intimidated. Imagine being diagnosed with cancer and the effect that this will have on your life, your mental health and your well-being. Then, within a few weeks or even days in some cases, you are advised by your employer to attend a sickness review meeting, sometimes being called from your hospital bed. When the policies are structured, so you must reply before triggering the next step in a sickness procedure, adding pressure and anxiety for members to deal with on top of the illness. Where you are treated as a commodity that has stopped working and needs to be got rid of. This is the stark reality for some of our members. Employers will and have weaponised sickness policies, and we need to hold them to account. I second the motion for a GMB campaign to support our members when undergoing major operations, demanding employers be considerate and compassionate when members are dealing with sometimes very traumatic issues. Congress, I second.
Gary. The next motion is 91, and can I ask Jennifer Smith to move and Dean to second?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jennifer.
Thank you. Vice President, Congress, Jennifer Smith, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 91. Congress, this motion identifies the detrimental impact on long-term agency workers and a clear, transparent need to campaign for fair treatment for these workers. Agency working is perceived to resolve a fundamental problem of demand outstripping supply. This includes addressing issues around staff shortages, training, workforce planning, recruitment and retention. Overall, agency staff are perceived to be an important and effective means of covering inevitable temporary staff shortages. Therefore, if monitored correctly, both agencies and public sector employers suggest that the use of agency staff could become, and indeed in some cases continue to be, an effective means of providing a flexible workforce. Colleagues, a flexible workforce for agency workers means being moved to different jobs day in, day out, covering permanent employee sickness. They have minimal training and are just left to get on with it. These agency staff also gain more skills and adaptability. Employers are keeping workers on their books for many, many years, sometimes up to 7 years, without being offered a permanent position. Colleagues, if there is a position in a company for 7 years, then this is permanent and not an agency class post. Employers are using these workers without giving them the respect and employment stability they rightly deserve. This motion calls for an automatic right to give permanent position to agency workers who have been dedicated staff for more than 2 years. Redundancy payment should be mandatory option for workers whose contracts are coming to a conclusion. We are asking for the GMB to campaign for shorter employment rights and for workers to give them a purpose and a sense of stability and self-worth. Please support I move.
Dean.
Vice President, Congress, Dean Ismay, Wales and South West Region, seconding motion 91. Congress, agency work no longer appears to be a stepping stone to secure employment in many sectors and industries. Instead, agency workers can remain trapped in no-paid, insecure work and with fewer rights. Young agency workers are losing out on career progression, and while some have claimed that workers have a choice about what form of agency contract they accept, at best, this is a Hobson choice, where only one thing is offered, with workers told they can either sign the contract or miss out on the chance to work. Large numbers of agency workers employed by the same company on a long-term basis shows that many employers are using agency workers not as a temporary stopgap when somebody's on leave or when there's a short-term pressure to respond to demanding work peak times, but as a long-term strategy to keep costs down. Many of these workers are being used to undercut the wages of permanent staff and also continuing to offer unstable and unfair terms and conditions to agency workers. We ask Congress to support the campaign for stronger employment rights for agency staff, to protect and give them a parity of terms and conditions to other employees they work alongside. Colleagues, please read the contents of this motion. I urge you, please support. I second.
Thank you, Dean. Now move on to motion 93, and can Kevin move it and Laura second?
Yeah, hi Congress, can you hear me?
Yes, carry on.
Yeah, President, Vice President Congress, Kevin Pink, GMB Greenwich Branch, Southern Region. It's a well-known fact that a vast majority of GMB members will have animals as part of their family. And unfortunately, when they become unwell, our pets need our help and support to recover. This can mean that we need to take time off from work to care for them and undertake regular visits to the vets for medication and sometimes operation. To date, most employers do not afford time off for unwell pets, but I know that anyone who has a pet who has previously been unwell will understand the difficulty in obtaining time off. It should not be the case that those with pets should use annual leave for this purpose. Those who live as a couple or on their own and choose not to have children, or in fact cannot have children, often substitute this with having animals for comfort. Animals often hide pain and therefore rely on their owners to help in time of need. Congress, this problem intensifies when a family pet dies, and often owners are left grieving without support or compassion from their employer. On a personal level, I have lost family pets in the past, and more so very recently, and the healing process does not get any easier. We ask that the GMB campaigns to modify compassionate and dependency leave so it includes time off for pet-related emergencies. I am a first-time delegate and speaker, and I move this motion.
Thank you, Kevin. Laura?
Good afternoon, President, Vice President Congress, Laura Miller, Southern Region. I'm the first time delegate, second time speaker. Second in motion 93, calculation of overtime. But Kevin was just talking about pets, so I think there's been a bit of a cross wire here. So I'll carry on talking about the calculation of overtime. Calculation of overtime payments should reflect the hard work and extra time when our members are away from their families and the hardship this causes. Any overtime worked above members' contracted hours should be paid at a fair and accurately agreed overtime rate. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I now invite Carol Robertson to respond on behalf of the CEC? Carol.
President, Congress, Carol Robertson speaking on behalf of the CEC on motions 84, 85 and 93. Can they see me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Turning first to motion 84, statutory sick pay for all, the CEC is supporting this motion with a qualification. The TUC has called for the eligibility of SSP to be extended to the estimated 2 million workers who do not earn enough to be eligible by abolishing the lower earnings limit. The motion reflects this call. The qualification is that it is down to the regions to determine the take-up of these campaign effects. Secondly, on motion 85, unfair treatment of sickness absence due to major operations or treatment, the CEC is asking that this motion be referred. The motion highlights the issues of members having to rely on management discretion to avoid sickness procedures being initiated in such cases. This is an area that it would be helpful to investigate further to draw up some specific proposals that could address the issues raised. Lastly, on motion 93, calculation of overtime, the CEC is asking that this be withdrawn. Based on the contents of the written motion, it unfortunately does not offer a context on which the issue is or how to come to a solution. Unfortunately, it does not offer actual examples or data for us to work with. Employers have different overtime rates, and it is largely down to industrial relations between trade union members and employers to determine these rates. The CEC is asking that this motion be withdrawn, as it does not offer a practical solution to a problem that might not be viewed universally as one. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that motion 84 be carried with its qualification, that motion 85 be referred back, and that motion 93 be withdrawn by the region. Thank you.
Does the London region accept the qualification? Yes, thank you. Does accept 85 refer? It's not London. Does Birmingham accept reference back? Yes, thank you. 91 is supported. 93, does the Southern region agree to withdraw? No? Right, we'll go to the votes then. 84, London region accept the qualification. So all those in favour? That's carried. Birmingham's accepted reference back, so that's no need to go to the vote. 91 is supported by the CEC. All those in favour? That's carried. Southern region will not withdraw 93, so I've got to ask you to oppose. That's lost. Before we go on, I'd just like to explain that we've had a point of order from the Midland East Coast region over the last debate. The debate was scheduled on the basis of advice. The question has been raised with the Standing Orders Committee and we await their response. We'll let you know that later. And now, before we go on, can I say that we have a video of Keir Starmer's Ian Burkett. Sorry, Ian Burkett.
Hi. Yes, I'd like to raise a point of order. What you've said, Malk, President, but you've had now three motions, that is 32, 37 and 93, where the CEC have, we have not accepted the CEC's decision and you have not given them, the movers of the motions, a right of reply. That is out of order. So on that basis, I'd like you to reconsider the fact whether we should give people the right of reply and retake the votes. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ian. As I've said, it's in the hands now of the standing orders, so we'll wait to see what their verdict is and we'll come back to you when we've got it. Can I say now that we're going into a video now from Keir Starmer before we continue with the order?
Thank you to the GMB for inviting me to speak today and to Barbara for the introduction that she made beforehand. It is a mark of how strange and frustrating the last year has been that this is my first chance to speak to GMB Congress as Labour leader, and I'm having to do so from behind a Zoom screen, just me and a laptop and all the problems that that brings. The last time I was at your Congress was 2 years ago, and it was a glorious sunny day in Brighton with lots of people around. And I had the chance to meet a GMB delegation, including Gary Smith, reps and delegates, to discuss the changes that were coming to manufacturing, to workers' rights, to post-Brexit trade, and of course, to the Scotch whisky industry. Well, a lot has happened since then. But as our brilliant NHS continued to make the impossible possible through the vaccine rollout, I hope, sincerely hope, that this will be the last time that there's a screen between us. And I look forward to being back together very soon. I want to congratulate everybody at GMB for putting on this conference in the most difficult of circumstances. And on behalf of the whole Labour Party, I want to thank you for your incredible support over the last year. I value it immensely. And I want to start by congratulating Gary on his election as General Secretary. Last summer, Gary and I had a pint in Edinburgh during one of those rare occasions when it was allowed. We spoke about how we could rebuild working class support in Scotland. And I asked him to help us on our Constitutional Commission. And it was clear then from that discussion that Gary had such a passion for the trade union he now leads and for the Labour movement and for his country. Gary, I'm really looking forward to working with you on the next stage of this journey. I also want to pay tribute to Rahana and to Giovanna for the way they fought this election. And of course to Warren Kenny for stepping up and steadying the ship as acting General Secretary. Thank you, Warren, for everything you've done and for providing stability at such an important time. These last few months have seen major successes for GMB and for our members. I say our members because I joined GMB when I was a lawyer many years ago, and I'm still a proud member. So let me reflect on some of these recent successes. A recognition agreement with Uber is truly groundbreaking for the union movement and for working people. It means GMB will be able to help 70,000 Uber drivers to organise and to negotiate terms and conditions for the first time. It builds on the huge progress you've made earlier this year on pay, on pensions, and on holiday entitlement. And it shows how trade unions can raise standards and protect workers, even in the gig economy. I'm so proud of GMB for fighting this case and for making a real difference, not just for Uber workers, but for all those who will follow. I want to congratulate Mick Ricks and all the GMB reps. All your work on this campaign, not just in the last few months, but over many years. I know it's been a real David versus Goliath struggle. It takes me back to the many years I spent as a young lawyer working with Helen Steele and Dave Morris on the McLibel case, taking on the mighty McDonald's, fighting and winning against all odds in court. But that's why, and I may be the only former lawyer to say this, I want to lead a government that makes sure that working people and trade unions don't have to go to court and don't have to spend a huge amount of time and money just to get a fair deal. The government I lead will be one that changes lives, tackles injustice, and is always on the side of working people. I also want to pay tribute to the way GMB have fought tirelessly against fire and rehire. When I spoke at the TUC Congress last September, yes, once again, that was from behind a Zoom screen. Only on that occasion, if I remember, I was self-isolating, so ended up doing my speech from my loft. But as I said then, and I say it again today, we have to outlaw fire and rehire. These tactics are wrong. They punish good employers, they hit working people, and they harm our economy. When I spoke back then at the TUC conference, you'd seen this firsthand with workers at Centrica and Asda, starting even before the pandemic. But it's now much more widespread at British Airways, Weetabix, Tesco, and across a range of sectors, including those previously thought to provide more secure employment. The TUC estimate that 1 in 10 workers have been threatened with fire and rehire during the pandemic. 1 in 10. That's a truly shocking way to repay the sacrifices of so many working people. This levelling down of our economy and workers' rights can't continue. After everything the British people have been through in the last year, we can't go back to business as usual, back to where we started and try to patch it up. And we can't continue the slide towards a low rights, low pay economy. As we recover from this pandemic, we have to build a more secure economy, to rebuild the foundations after a decade of neglect, and to get Britain ready for the challenges and opportunities of the future. That's the central task of the Labour Party I lead. Not to tinker around the edges, but to transform the country and to transform our economy so it works for working people, so that everybody can earn a wage that they can bring up a family on, so that we can support British manufacturing and bring good quality jobs back to Britain, so we can lead the world in energy with the infrastructure and jobs of the future created here, not just overseas. And as our new Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, has set out, so we can deliver the biggest wave of insourcing in a generation and bring public services back in public hands for the benefit of all of us. But as Gary said in an article at the weekend, these aren't times of harvest. We face the threat of a new wave of austerity and a Conservative government that has no interest in delivering real change for working people. They've dropped the employment bill they promised 2 years ago. They won't outlaw fire and rehire, as Labour would. They want to toughen anti-trade union laws rather than to repeal them, as Labour would. And in the last week, we've seen what levelling up really means for kids' education. 1/10 of the funding that's needed. The most disadvantaged children falling further behind. And our teachers, including school support staff, once again being asked to do more, but with less. It shows you everything you need to know about this government's priorities. In the coming weeks and months, I'll be setting out the next stage of Labour's plan as we build towards the next general election. I'll be out across the country, talking directly to the British people. And I can assure you that work and building a more secure economy will be central to that. Labour is, was, and will always be the party of work and the party of working people. I want people to know once again that under a Labour government, they'll earn a decent day's pay from a job that they're proud of. That we'll end the race to the bottom on rights and standards, and that we'll rebalance our economy so it works for all parts of the country. And so it's focused on the long term, not short-term shareholder gain. In the last year, we've taken a number of really important steps on that journey. And in particular, I want to thank Andy McDonald for the way he's led the task force on power in the workplace. And I'll be working closely with Andy and with Angela Rayner as we continue to drive that agenda forward. But if we're to achieve everything we want for this country and for this movement, we're going to need your help. This party was born out of the trade union movement. And it's only when we work together, as we have done in the last year, that we can stand up for working people, stand up against this Conservative government, and set out the transformative change Britain so desperately needs. That's the task ahead of us, and I'm looking forward to achieving it with you. Thank you.
Right, Congress, we'll go back into the business. I do have a reply now from the Midland and East Coast point of order from the SOC, and it says, although Gary did state the CEC position, he did not comment on the motion, so there is no right of reply. Move now on to item 7, which is Industrial Public Policy Service 1252627. Congress will now debate these motions, and the first one is 125. Is that Inet to move?
Not sure.
Okay, Inet.
President Congress, Annette Riley, GMB Scotland, Fife Public Services Branch, proposing motion 125, local interpretations of approved job evaluation schemes. Congress, this motion calls on GMB to campaign to both the Local Government Authority and COSLA to abolish local interpretations so that all employees are evaluated on approved schemes in the same way, so that all GMB members and local government employees are not the subject of a postcode lottery. In workplaces across every region and nation, GMB is active in improving and protecting the terms and conditions of our members. Members tell us that one of their primary concerns at their work is pay, along with health and safety and job security. Their take-home pay is what keeps a roof over their head, food on the table, and crucially enable them to enjoy a quality of life that is dignified and free from the impact of poverty. We all know the actual effect of in-work poverty, a situation which is heartbreaking, given our union's absolute and steadfast campaigning to secure the minimum wage, progressing towards a dignified living wage. Congress, the ethos and values within GMB challenge us all to call it out and act together where we see injustice, inequality and discrimination. The approved job evaluation schemes have a designed weakness. This weakness is the ability to have employers reach local interpretations directly leading to the absurd outcome that similar job roles resulting in different grades. Let's be clear that similar job roles in public services being paid differently across the country. Let us also be clear that the likelihood that employers will use local interpretation to justify differential pay which directly impacts on our members. It's fundamentally unfair and we're calling it out. This motion seeks to begin the campaign to abolish local interpretations within the approved job evaluation schemes. We seek equal pay for similar days' work, regardless of where you work and live. Let GMB put an end to this postcode lottery. Congress, I move.
The Scotland formally second. Coming Scotland, do you formally second? Thank you. Move on to the next motion, which is 126. And can I call Philip to move and Janet to second?
Philip Rogers, Wales and South West Region. Philip Rogers, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 126. Funding for police staff. Congress, Vice President. In July 2019, the government pledged to recruit an additional 20,000 police officers by March 2023. Boris Johnson stated getting more police on the streets is an absolute priority, and that he would give the police the resources they need. Having more bobbies on the beat means more work produced for police staff, our members, who carry out essential duties to assist officers with their roles. Without similar corresponding investment in police staff, these 20,000 new police officers will be unable to carry out their roles to the full extent. Crimes will continue to go unprosecuted, and lives will continue to be put at risk. Police staff who work every day to keep our streets safe are our unsung heroes. They borne the brunt of the austerity cuts over the last decade and continue to be completely overlooked by this government. Thus, an increase in officers will help provide better service to the public, reduce crime. But for this to work, we need more police staff. Otherwise, as will the government, one commissioner said, these additional crime and deliver better outcomes for victims. We know that's what the public want. There's little point in having more officers if there's enough police to take 999 calls, or repair the extra cars, or process detainees in custody after they've been arrested. There needs to be a corresponding investment in staff roles like crime reduction and victim support, who work tirelessly to help victims trying to stop further crimes. More officers, but no extra police staff will mean our members are under even more pressure at a time when they are already at breaking point. Just employing police officers without any backup is setting the system to fail. The police officer uplift report in March 2021 was 8,771 officers recruited, and we are calling for the correct proportion of police staff to be funded to carry out the extra load these new officers will produce. We call upon the GMB to lobby the government for more funding for police staff, making the police service a force for all, not just police officers. I move.
Thank you. Sharon?
John Shuttlewood, South Wales and South West Region. First time delegate, first time speaker. Seconding motion 126 funding for police staff. Vice President, Congress. When Boris Johnson pledged to recruit 20,000 new police officers, he said he would give those officers the resources to do their job. However, it seems that Mr. Johnson forgot a small but significant detail. There is little point in increasing police officer numbers if there is not a corresponding rise in the number of police staff. We all want to see more cops on the streets. They are the visible face of policing and provide public reassurance. What the government seems to have forgotten is that police staff provide the majority of behind-the-scenes support that is essential to enable police officers to be able to serve their communities. Police staff are primarily the first point of contact that a member of the public will have with the police service, whether this is face-to-face with the station crime clerk or via the telephone with the call handler. It is police staff who determine the response required, undertake the necessary checks on police systems, allocate appropriate resources, and monitor and operate radio communications. Police staff update and maintain these systems, which are an essential tool in policing. Without these roles, members of the public could not report incidents, and police officer safety could be compromised. Police staff, our members, play an essential role, not only as crime scene investigators, police community support officers, and custody detention officers, but also in areas such as public protection and counter-terrorism. What is evident is that police officers would not be able to perform their duties without the support of police staff, whose roles was key to the success of modern policing. Therefore, it is essential that the government recognises that with the addition of 20,000 police officers, there needs to be funding to provide the associated rise in the number of police staff. Congress, please support this motion. A second.
Thank you, Janet. Now move on to motion 127. Can I have Sharon to move? Sharon, have you got problems? No? No, can't get in. Can Wales and South West then move and formally second that motion? Sharon, are you in?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Right, yes, I can hear you now. Carry on.
President, Congress, Sharon Harrison, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 127. Congress, a number of representatives across the region have been advised by members that the disparity working for the same company. The contracts in which they work have different rates of pay. Disparity upon where the contract is geographically based. Colleagues, this is a prevalent but not restricted to the refuge, waste and recycling industries. This practice is completely unacceptable and should be stopped. However, this will take changes to the equal pay legislation so as to include same-sex comparators. Colleagues, it cannot be right that employers use the loophole in the law to maximize profits on the backs of our members by paying people differently, despite carrying out work of equal value. We call upon the GMB to support a fair work element in the Equal Pay Act to allow for members to challenge the fact that they are facing pay disparity because of where they live and because they do not have an opposite sex comparator. We must campaign for fair and equal pay for all, irrespective of where they live and the sex or gender of the employee. Congress, please support this motion. I move.
Wales and South West have already said they will formally second the motion, so can I now ask Penny to respond on the CEC?
Vice President, Congress, Penny Robinson, speaking on behalf of the CEC on motion 127, campaign to end regional pay. which we are supporting with a qualification. The principle of workers being paid the same for the same work is one we agree with. That is fair. The qualification is that contractors with site-by-site agreements engage in their own pay and conditions bargaining and are not always covered by national bargaining. Shop stewards should be sharing their local pay information to help their colleagues in other parts of the country to help campaign for best-in-class pay. But Congress cannot set the terms of members' bargaining rights. As referenced in the motion, stewards have contracts in local government and commercial recycling, and there are often disparities in pay between the two, as commercial is the more profitable for the business. We do not have any national relations with Suez, and recognition is on a contract-by-contract basis. Some sites will have recognition with other trade unions, depending on who they took the contract from. Members and shop stewards should be coordinating as best as they can to ensure that there are no great disparities in any pay rates. But any interference from Congress on these agreements would be inappropriate. Therefore, Congress, please support this motion with its qualification for the reasons I've laid out. Thank you.
We'll now go. Does Wales and South West accept the qualification? Right, thank you. We'll now go to the vote. 125, please. That's carried. 126. That's carried. 127. And that's carried. Thank you for that. We'll now move on to motion 118. And can I ask Adrian to move and Robert to second?
Madam President, Vice President, Adrian Storr, Braintree and Brocken Branch, London Region. First time delegate, third time speaker. Move a motion 118 on staff and schools. Every day we send our children to school into the care of support staff and teachers. We trust them, and importantly, our children trust them. Support staff and teachers support, nurture, encourage and educate our children, and yet the system does not support them. Throughout the pandemic, support staff kept our schools open, educating and looking after our most vulnerable children, and in the children of key workers. It was our members who were on the front line in schools every day, and yet the responsibility placed upon them and the stress it frequently caused has not been acknowledged. The focus on schools is purely about results, and Ofsted frequently slams staff for being inadequate, but never looks at what is happening to them, the stresses and the pressures they may be under. Schools are under increasing financial pressures, especially because of COVID-19 and cuts are being made to support staff. The work is still there though, and cuts just make the work harder. Teachers and classroom-based support staff are being pushed to deliver more, but without being given anything extra. To achieve the best outcomes, there needs to be proper investment in the schools and children, and that starts with proper funding, investing in and valuing staff and schools. Let's recognise the work our school support staff members do and reaffirm and commitment to ensuring their voice is heard and that they can get recognition they have earned and deserved. There is a duty of care to protect both the children and staff in our schools, but all too often the duty of care to staff is overlooked. Let's also show our solidarity with teachers who our members work closely with to keep our children safe and prepare them for the future. All workers in schools deserve to be treated with dignity and respect and valued for their outstanding contribution. The pandemic has shown schools are now dealing with more than ever before at a time of natural crisis. It was the catering staff and support staff who not only prepared, but also frequently delivered the food parcels and lunches to our most vulnerable children. Congress, let's support our schools' support staff and show our solidarity with teachers whose dedication and care for our children sees them going above and beyond every day. Congress, please stand together and support this motion. Congress, I move.
Are you ready, Robert?
Yes, I am. Vice President, Madam President, Congress, Robert Wheeler, London Region, first time delegate, second in motion 118. Congress, we have seen school support staff continue to work diligently throughout this pandemic, putting their lives at risk to provide the best quality care and education for vulnerable children and the children of our key workers. They are unsung heroes of our schools. The UCL Institute for Education reported that 88% of teaching assistants had supported vulnerable and key workers' children in schools during lockdown, including managing a whole class and or bubble on their own as teachers prepared and delivered remote lessons, often from home. It has been a school support staff that have opened schools, cleaned schools to keep them safe, fed the most vulnerable children in our society, and supported children with their well-being and education. Our members deserve to be recognized, supported, and valued for the work they do. Congress, I support this motion.
Nicola, where are I've lost Robert. Region motion.
Is it me? Motion 119?
Yes.
Yeah. Vice President, President Congress, Nikki Palermo, first time delegate, second time speaking, Southern Region B50. Violence towards support staff in education settings is on the rise. There has been a feeling within education that when a teacher is assaulted by a pupil, this is taken more seriously than assault. An assault on teaching assistants or INAs, individual needs assistants. It is if this regarded by managers as an unfortunate element of a support staff's job rather than a preventable situation. However, as we know, and as the law sets out, violence towards anyone is unacceptable and must be dealt with robustly. The first part of dealing with this very urgent matter is to challenge the cultures and attitudes within organisations so that assaults on support staff are dealt with in the same manner and with the same level of importance as results against non-support staff, such as teachers. Within the Code of Conduct, the section regarding assaults on staff members must be embraced by every organisation and acted on in the case of violence towards support staff. Appropriate and proportionate sanctions, as outlined, must be implemented, and school leaders must apply these equally, regardless of whom the victim is. It must also be made clear that differentiating between, for an example, assault on a teacher and assault on a TA is unacceptable and unfair. I move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Southern formally second the motion? Thank you. Move on now to motion 120. And can I ask Joe to move?
Vice President, Congress. Joe Smith, North Western Irish Region, moving motion 120, looked after children's sector. Congress, this sector is one of the highest costings for all public services, but children and staff are being cheated by sector employers. Children are put in these homes not for want of choice. The high risk factor and vulnerability of these children can start from a very early age. Child neglect can be a factor. Parental control, where parents can no longer look after the children as they grow up and becomes aggressive, many suffering from mental health problems. Breakup of marriages. This again has a huge impact on children and can cause serious implications to their livelihood and upbringing from a very early age. These homes are there to provide care and safety. They are given a comfortable room and meals provided. On-site staff who work on sociable hours and working on minimum wage. Operating on minimum staff. Employers who put profit before care. Not providing adequate training. These are low-paid staff who come in contact with these persons in care on a daily basis. On a regular basis, staff are abused by youths in care, vandalise their rooms beyond repair. And without pointing a finger at anybody, these youths have suffered from a very early age that will have had a huge impact on their lives when growing up. On some occasions, prohibition orders are in place where children are not allowed to see their parents. This must have a daunting effect to any child in care. On occasions, these children go missing. It becomes a police matter. And all cases when persons under adult age goes missing are treated at top priority. When police investigate their backgrounds and can see their mental health and vulnerability issues, it's all hands on deck and becomes very expensive and time consuming both to police and ambulance services. And really it should be unavailable cost. If money provided was put to better use, increased staff levels, more adequate training, increased pay to the Real Living Foundation rate and better youth facilities. Congress, in my line of work, involves when a youth in care goes missing. I've located them with their legs on the wrong side of the bridge, with only one option in mind. I've found them sitting under a tree with a bottle of vodka and a box of tablets with only one option in mind. I've found them on a vulnerability basis speaking to the wrong people. Congress, seen them speaking to adults who are offering drugs and money for sexual activity. Congress, much needs to be done distributing child sector funder, not the wealth reaping the benefits, but the vulnerability in staff and child needs more recognition and funds distributed where needed. I call on the C&C to put pressure on the Tory government, review how they regulated public spending on these childcare. Congress, please support. I move.
Thank you, Joe. The region's already agreed to formally second. You have a motion 121 listed, but this has been withdrawn. So can I ask Aaron to respond for the CEC?
Vice President, President, Congress. Aaron Bevan-John, Wales and South West Region Public Services, speaking on behalf of the CC on motion 119. Violence on teachers are just as important as violence on teaching systems. We fully support the motion's call for violence against support staff workers to be taken just as seriously as violence against teachers. Too many employers do not treat violence against support staff with the seriousness that it deserves, and many fail to enforce disciplinary action against offenders when they would do so if the same assaults have been committed against teachers. The motion rightly calls for this issue to be treated as an industrial and campaigning priority. Our qualification is that it's unclear what document the Assaults on Staff Code of Conduct, as described in the motion, refers to. GMB has produced a list of policies for use in campaigns and bargaining titled Preventing Violence in Schools. Key demands, which calls on employers to ensure that all staff are treated fairly and equally, regardless of perceived status or grade, and that all staff are consulted on violence issues, not just teachers. We would encourage the use of this document through the union. Therefore, Congress, please support this motion with the qualification they've laid out. Thank you.
Does Southern support the qualification? Southern support? Can you come in? If you don't support, it closes. Right, thank you. So the CEC is supporting all three motions. We'll go to the vote. 118. That's carried. And 120. And that's carried. Can I now call Ian Burkitt from the Midland East Coast region?
Hi. I just need to go back to motion 32. I raised the point of order last time, and from the chair, You said that Gary Smith did not make a comment on the motion, so our region was not entitled to a right of reply. I have to disagree. Gary Smith referred to the CEC response and said that most branches are using it. If that is not a comment, I must be mistaken, because it was. And it is a fundamental part of our region's policy at Congress. If someone opposes a motion, we have a right of reply. So I must once again ask the President, can we have the right of reply to that motion and put it back to the vote? Thank you.
Now have the full statement from the SOC. If I read that out now, it might help the region. It says, on motion 32, Middle and East Coast region, there is no right of reply. The region were given the CEC stance on the motion prior to Congress. It was not part of the finance report. The CEC were asking the region to withdraw the motion prior to Congress. The General Secretary read the CEC stance to all motions not relating to the finance report, but finance related. There is no right of reply, just like with other motions where CEC members deliver the CEC stance. The region also had an opportunity to respond to the report, but they did not put up a delegate speaker to do so. There is no right of reply. Move on now to motions 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4. Can I have the mover of 1, 2, 3, Stephen?
Yep.
And we'll move to second.
Thank you. Vice President, Congress, Stephen Jones, London Region, moving motions 1, 2, 3, DNRs. Most of us will have heard of DNRs, do not resuscitate orders. These are medical documents signed by 2 doctors at a patient's request, and they're quite difficult to obtain as well, to be implemented in the case of a patient where the patient may need emergency revival procedures should he or she suffer from a sudden heart attack or stroke, for instance. Such revival procedures will involve the application of CPR, and I'll leave that part for the following speaker to explain more detail, because I believe he works in the ambulance services and does that on a day-to-day basis. One would think that such documents and the required implementation would be respected by any medical and care staff. Sadly, but sadly, that is not necessarily the case, as some of us know from representing our members in care homes with a religious background, i.e. Catholic-run organisations, may have senior staff or management who feel their own religious beliefs and ethos have to be followed regardless of any existing live DNRs. Therefore, staff may be asked to look into and face potential challenges and face potential problems regarding do they or don't they resuscitate. Such situations cause our members immense distress and very difficult situations, and potentially controversial and confrontational situations can arise between family members and staff of a care home in particular. It also means that they are potentially threatened with disciplinary action and potentially dismissed as well. Surprisingly, the law as it stands does not appear to offer precise advice and guidance in such cases. On the other hand, for staff not to provide CPR in cases where no DNRs exist because of the patient's age or general poor state of health would be wrong and would not be tolerated under any circumstance. So here I come to the call. That is why we call on Congress to request our Solicitors Union line to look into these issues and, if necessary, take appropriate actions to request greater legal clarity on these matters. This is potentially and particularly important now due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, which sadly many people face possible death and may or may not wish to be resuscitated. I move. Thank you.
You're on, Mo.
Good afternoon. Malcolm, can you hear me? Malcolm, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Good afternoon. Congress, President, friends and family. Mo Akbar speaking, seconding motion 123. This motion is very important to all of us. As our population continues to age, we want to make sure that we are respecting the wishes of those who makes a conscious decision to mandate a DNAR. Many people suffer with illnesses that means they have to live with pain and discomfort. There comes a time when this is no longer an option. There is a little evidence that suggests that performing CPR will bring a person back to a normal, comfortable standard of living. I have worked for the ambulance service for over 29 years and know it well, that when a 999 call is made, whether they are in care home or in their own home, the first question is always, is the patient breathing? If not, then start CPR. However, they should be asking, does this patient has a DNR? This will protect the healthcare professionals and the wishes of the person who made this conscious decision to put a DNR in place. I call on the Congress to take this motion to the Parliament, calling for a DNR patients to be given a wristband that makes it clear to healthcare professionals while protecting the rights of the people to choose their life's destiny. This is an important motion. We should not just say it's a motion, it's the life of people, those who carry on CPR on other people when they are requesting not to be CPR'd. I second.
Thank you, Mo. Move on now to motion 124, and it's Stephen and Mo again. Stephen?
Thank you. I wasn't aware that I was down to speak for this motion. I think you might have got me by mistake. I'm not due to speak on this motion, sorry. You called me by mistake.
Mo, seconded?
Or you want me to move it?
You're moving, are you? Okay.
Okay. Congress, Vice President, President, friends and family, moving motion 124. It is shocking to imagine that in 2021, there are still people who go to work in fear and with little respect for their profession. Since we have started this Congress, every 30 minutes, a social care worker has been assaulted. Colleagues are literally being attacked for doing their job. The statistics get worse. 9 out of 10 social workers have suffered abuse, assault, and threats. And there has been over 45,000 incidents against our colleagues in the last 3 years alone. I call on this Congress to lobby the government and campaign to change legislation for the workforce that is one of the largest employment sector in the country. We must remember that the social care sector workers are just as vulnerable and just as valuable as other emergency services professions. We know at the recent TV show that there was a lots of attacks on ambulance staff. This is no different to social care workers. There are a lot of staffs do not report some of the incidents. We need to be very vigilant and given the opportunity to them to make sure that they report every incident that takes place on their own. I move. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, are you seconding?
Yes, I am. Congress, I am Robert Wheeler, first time delegate, seconding motion 124. Congress, I am a paramedic, so I have first-hand experience of what the mover has outlined just now. I face daily battles at work, trying to stay safe. COVID hasn't helped. As a member of the public, I've suffered extra stress and increased mental illnesses. There has been 32% increase in assaults on paramedics over the last year. I am pleased to report that this week, the NHS England decided trial equipping ambulance crews with body-worn cameras in 10 NHS trusts in England. This is a welcome step, but as always, this needs to be enforced properly. We need a zero tolerance approach against attacks on any workers. It's about time this government starts to taking the unions seriously when we approach them with experiences. I only hope that once this trial concludes, that this might be extended to other workers as identified in this motion. Please support motion 124.
Both these motions are being supported, so we'll go straight to the vote. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Malcolm. We move on to item 10, social policy, NHS and health issues, motions 194, composite 9, and motion 207. These will be our last business of the day before the General Secretary's report. We have motion 194 on NHS funding. Can I please ask Martin Thompson to move? No. Tony, is it Tony to move? Okay, thank you, Tony. Tony, are you? No, I'm just waiting for instructions, sorry. Okay, can we ask Southern Region to formally move and second that motion, please, 194? Just hang in there, Tony, I'm calling you in too soon. Yep, thumbs up. Thank you, Southern Region. So we now have composite 9 on mental health. So now I can call Tony in to move from Midlands and East Coast.
Thank you. President Congress, Tony L, Midlands and East Coast Region, moving motion 206, composite 9, dealing with suicide. GMB reps being equipped with the right information to signpost people to appropriate support and have the confidence and skills to deal with such sensitive conversations is imperative. Suicide is more prevalent than most people realise. with over 6,500 suicides registered by coroners in 2018, a rise of 11.5% on the previous year. Sadly, this figure is likely to be much higher as many cases are not recorded and as such due to inconclusive evidence and can be often received as undetermined. It goes without saying that the impacts of suicide are deeply felt not only by loved ones, but also by colleagues in the workplace and the wider community. Those that have been bereaved or affected by suicide are an increased likelihood of suffering from mental health themselves. We call upon the GMB to deliver appropriate training courses to increase awareness of suicide and equip our workplace reps in their support to members. There are nationally approved NHS training that could be accessed, which has been developed by mental health professionals. We request that the CEC looks at all of those options available and not let the perceived funding push this down the priority order of training that is required as soon as possible. We note that the CEC has asked that this is to be referred and appreciate that it will be given due consideration, knowing that we need to look at external expertise to potentially deliver any training. And whilst we support that, can we just remind our CEC colleagues that we have a number of reps working in mental health trusts where there is training is a free resource, and those discussions need to be had with the available resources. As we are aware, the COVID pandemic has had a significant impact on people's mental health, and we need the appropriate skills to support our members. I move.
Thank you, Tony. Is there a seconder from Southern Region, or are they formally seconding? Thank you, Southern Region. So last in this group is motion 207 from London Region, and Alan Law to move, please.
President, Congress, Alan Law, London Region, moving motion 207, walk the walk. Congress, for quite a few years, several of our brothers and sisters have given speeches on mental well-being. It's very disturbing reading now of the facts and figures of suicide. I said in my motion to Congress that there are more suicides than road traffic deaths. The figure hasn't been released for 2020 when I was doing my research. For 2019, the facts are road traffic deaths, 1,752, suicide deaths, 5,691. Of those, 4,303 suicides were men and boys, and 1,388 were women and girls. In these figures, there was an increase of 14%, the age group of 10 to 24-year-olds. This brings the national rate to 11.2 suicides per 100,000 of the UK population. Looking at the figures over the last decade, since figures have increased every year in all age group, God knows what today's figures are, especially for the young living in the COVID world. So how can we change things? Now, we do fantastic work within the GMB. We've had some training. We make sure our reps are made aware of mental health issues. We have excellent guides on mental health, work and suicides. We also urge our reps to read, especially in identifying someone at risk. I believe the GMB needs to work hard at lobbying the government for more funding on young people's mental health issues. We can also sign up and work with Papyrus, as we have done in the past. This is a national charity dedicated to the prevention of young suicides. Papyrus was founded in 1997 by Jean Kerr. Jean lost her son to suicide. Papyrus was initially set up as Parents Association for Prevention of Young Suicides, hence Papyrus. This charity works tirelessly to reduce the number of young people who take their own lives. This charity can also provide confidential support and advice for young people struggling with the thoughts of suicide. Papyrus are a long-standing member of the Government Advisory Group in England and Wales on suicide prevention. So, Congress, we have talked the talk many times, and it is now time to walk the walk and sign up to help this charity and help others. I move.
Thank you. And Cliff Rooney to second, please.
President, Chair, Congress, brothers, sisters, good afternoon. I'm Cliff Roney from London Region and I'm seconding motion 207 Walk the Walk. National suicides are now at a 50-year high and sadly very high percentages of those involved younger people. As you have heard Alan say, the GMB work very hard to help and support their reps who are dealing on a day-to-day basis with mental health in the workplace. However, we firmly believe that it is now time for the GMB to become affiliated to Papyrus UK, who are, as you have heard from Alan, are working alongside the government bodies on a regular basis to support and help those who are most at risk. As we all feel the fallout from the pandemic, it is yet hit home firmly to believe that it is prudent to get as much in place for the future for our younger members. As the title says, it is now time for the GMB to walk the walk. Congress, that's part of my scripted bit, but as always, I have an unscripted bit as well. As you all know, part of the problem here is the government cutting funds. The Tory government, as we know of old, will continue to cut wherever possible the funding to local authorities, causing many people to have to wait, in some cases, 3 months for their first contact with a mental health provider. This cannot be right. We must, as a union, fight for every single member who is in need of backup and support during what is often the most traumatic period in their lives. Be it young or old, we must never forget that the preservation of life is paramount. I move.
Thank you, Cliff. There's no opposition, so can I ask Kevin Jones to respond to this group of motions for the CEC, please?
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Vice President Congress. Kevin Jones speaking on behalf of the CEC on motions 194, Composite 9 and 207. Turning firstly to motion 194, NHS funding. The CEC is supporting the motion with a very small qualification. We agree that the lies and misleading statements made by the Tories on the NHS during the 2019 general election must be exposed. Our qualification is that the Conservative Party promised 40 new hospitals, which is a slight correction on the figure of the 60 in the motion. Moving on to Composite 9, mental health and dealing with suicide. The CEC is asking that the motion involved be referred back. This composite includes motions 205 and 206, which both deal with mental health issues. This is undoubtedly an important area where we need to ensure that the right approach is taken across the whole of the GMB. We would also almost certainly need to contact in outside expertise to help and develop the course of content, as well as our internal education and training officers, as there would be a requirement to look outside for resources, which would inevitably incur costs. The CC is asking that the motion be referred back in order to research how best to implement the asks in the motion. Finally, Congress, on motion 207, walk the walk. The CC is asking that this motion be supported with a qualification. We have previously worked with Papyrus Chief Executive Jed Flynn on a group looking at work-related suicide and could usually develop a joint campaign along the lines of which we are already developing to fight the bladder cancer. Our qualification is that all requests for GB affiliation must be referred to the CC Finance and General Purpose Committee for consideration to ensure they are in line with the aims and values of the GB Union as a whole. Therefore, Congress, the CC is asking that you support motions 194 and 207 with those qualifications, and that the region concerned in motion in Composite 9 accept the reference back to the CEC. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you, Kevin. Can I ask Southern Region, do you accept the qualification for motion 194, please? Southern? Yes, thank you, Southern. And for Composite 9, Southern, do you accept the reference back as well? Midlands and East Coast have already said they accept the reference back. Yes, thank you. And London Region, thank you. You said you'll accept the qualification. So I'll put those two to the vote. That's Composite 9 doesn't have to go to the vote because of the referred being accepted. So it's 194. That's been carried. And motion 207. And that's been carried. Congress, you also have a group of NHS and health motions listed on your agenda as motions 196 to 203. These motions have been accepted as existing policy and are therefore carried without debate. And before we go to the General Secretary and Treasurer's report, I'd just like to read out this statement. Earlier, we heard from Deborah Goodman, who spoke very movingly about dignity in dying and her ancestor, Will Thorne's struggle to build our union. We do respect the freedom of speech of our delegates and speakers, but for the avoidance of doubt, without repeating the comment, I need to set out the position of the union. We have lost too many of our members to this terrible disease, and we need to be clear that misinformation about vaccination must be confronted. It is not appropriate to compare vaccination policies to racist regimes or to criminal acts. This is not the view of Congress, and it is not the view of our union. Congress, I felt it was important to make that clear. Now I'd like to now move to the General Secretary's report, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce your new General Secretary and Treasurer, Gary Smith.
Congress, Gary Smith, moving the General Secretary's report. I think I have been given a wee bit of latitude around the report, given that the circumstances that we find ourselves in, and my speech will be posted on the OneDrive, and I understand from standing orders that we will take questions in writing on the report. Congress President, I am genuinely humbled to be elected General Secretary and Treasurer of our great union. It is the honour of my life, and I am very aware of the responsibility this carries. And I pledge to work tirelessly to ensure that you can once again have confidence and trust in the leadership of our union. I would like to thank both Giovanna and Rohanna for our comradely election. Putting yourself out there to make the case for what you believe in isn't easy, I know. I look forward to working with both as we move forward to build our union. I'd like to thank the fantastic staff who are working to bring us together in this digital space so that we can exercise the union's democracy. Arranging and delivering Congress is a huge amount of work in the best of times, and I am very grateful for everything that everyone is doing for us all. And I would also like to thank our union's recent Acting General Secretary, Warren Kenny, our President, Barbara Plant, and Vice President, Malcolm Sage. Warren's leadership steadied our ship in what has arguably been one of the most difficult periods in the history of our union. And what a way to sign off Warren as part of the team who got that agreement with Uber. And Barbara has truly been the union's moral compass. And Malcolm, well, he is the rock of this union and a great comrade and friend to me. I joined GMB at 16 as a gas apprentice. From a young members activist to shop steward, organiser, national official, and then GMB Scotland secretary, this union is my second family. It's educated me. It's been my hope and my purpose. I hold it dear, as I know you do too. And ultimately, that's why this is not about me. This is about us and what we need to do together to ensure that our union can afford a new generation of people the same hope and purpose that we have been given. We hold in our hands a very special gift, a trade union that can make a real difference to the lives of ordinary working people and their families. But with that power also comes great responsibility. And that's why I want to be clear with you all from the very start. We are a proud union, we are a great union, but we are also a union that is declining. It's been tough and in many respects an unprecedented year, but these events should not be used to hide the hard truth. Over the last 5 years, we have been steadily losing our financial membership, a failure that has put the long-term future of the union in a precarious position. So the first step in solving a problem is recognising there is one. So if we want to protect everything that this union has built over the last 130 years, if we want GMB to thrive and prosper for generations to come, then we must accept now that our current course is simply not sustainable, and that we will come together to resolve this challenge together. And Congress, I will never ever accept that decline is inevitable. Wherever I've been in this union, we've campaigned, we've grown, we've fought, and we've won. As an official and senior official in Southern Region, we campaigned and we grew. As a national official, we campaigned and the union grew. And in Scotland, not only have we grown, but we've rediscovered our purpose and learned to fight again, whether it's nationalising shipyards, fighting over pay and pensions in the whisky industry, or organising that historic Glasgow women's strike. We've come together, we've fought, and we have won. And the length and breadth of this union, every day, we have extraordinary people doing extraordinary things. And now we're going to build on that work and get our union growing again. And in terms of politics, let's be very clear. No favours, no fear, members first, always. Congress, as we discussed in the financial section, we need to make tough choices. We cannot keep turning up the dial on our existing membership. Union dues need to be more affordable, not more expensive. Our members cannot pay the price for our failures to organise and grow the union as we should have. And it is also an inescapable fact, colleagues, that I would not be addressing you today if others in our union hadn't lost sight of their own power and responsibility. It's been a wretched year for our union and our people on so many levels. But to see our union dragged through the gutter has been despairing and shameful, and it still hurts. If our union does not stand for decency and equality, then we stand for nothing. So be in no doubt, we will implement in full the recommendations of the Moynihan report. I will work relentlessly with you and be guided by you and our President to make it happen. No ifs and no buts. Never again can we lose sight of the duty we have to our people. And with a renewed focus on equality and justice, we will properly resource this process of change. The Women's Campaign Unit we will establish will ensure our commitment to equality, including economic equality, is enshrined in our industrial work as we grow our organisation again. We are a union of action, not words. Everyone deserves to be part of a union that brings people together in good faith to build a better future. The journey will be hard as we rebuild our membership and restore our reputation. But I am hugely optimistic about our future because we have a big advantage. We are in control of our own destiny. We can decide our own future together if we organise and campaign like a good trade union should. It's why I made 3 clear pledges to our members: to fight for good jobs and proper pay, to achieve pay justice for working women, and to reduce the cost of being a member of the union. Our future is about doing the hard work of organising, campaigning and fighting, and never being afraid of picking aspirational fights. No employer is going to welcome us with open arms. There will be no political superheroes that will ride to our rescue, and there will be no constitutional debate or settlement that will help us build. If we want to make work better, then we must do the hard work ourselves. And hopefully, as we emerge from the grip of COVID, we will have a relentless focus on the workplace, defending the interests of our members so we can secure the future of our union. Great power and great responsibility are in our hands. So we will organise, we will change, we will be different, we will be better, and we will win together. I move.
Thank you, Gary. And as Gary said, he will take questions in emails if you've written a form. So we now move a vote on the General Secretary's report. Take a vote on the General Secretary's report. And that has been carried. So that's a good way to end the day. Look, thank you again for your contributions, for your patience. I just need to remind you there is a fringe event on Indian farmers at 6:30 to 7:30, the details of which are in your delegates' email. But thank you and see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Have a good evening.